preparedness, emergency response protocols, damage and loss assessment. On the very onset, I would now like to request Sri Rajendra Singh sir to welcome our guests to accord a formal welcome to our guests with a token of our warmth. Mr. Tim Curtis, Director of UNESCO. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Rohit Jigyasu. He is a representative of ICCROM. Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Aparna Tandon of ICCROM. We welcome you, ma'am. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests. We have with us Sri Rajendra Singh, member and head of the department NDMA. In his tenure in NDMA, he had contributed in disaster risk reduction in India, and he is pioneer of community volunteerism in disaster management. Mr. Tim Curtis, Director, UNESCO, and representative for the UNESCO Regional Office in New Delhi, covering Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and the Maldives, as well as Sri Lanka. Dr. Rohit Jigyasu, a conservation architect and risk management professional from ICCROM from Rome, and Ms. Aparna Tandon from ICCROM, Rome. And they are closely associated with the flagship program of First Aid of Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis, that is FAR program, which develops capacities for protecting all forms of heritage and associated communities before, during, and after a disaster or a conflict. We are honored to have them with us on this important workshop for consultative workshop on disaster risk management of cultural heritage sites in India. It is my honor to request Sri Rajendra Singh sir for his welcome address. Please welcome Sri Rajendra Singh.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, experts, partners from UNESCO, and respected stakeholders. Good morning and welcome to this important consultative workshop on disaster management of cultural heritage sites. I extend my gratitude to UNESCO and ICCROM, Italy, for their collaborations, and to each of you for joining us in addressing an issue lies on intersection of culture, resilience, and sustainability. Although it is not my subject, cultural heritage, mine is capacity building, preparedness, mock drills. I'm from a different background, and today's workshop, the basic aim was to hear from Dr. UNESCO, who has come all the way from there, from ICCROM, Italy. We want to hear from them how to move ahead. As we know, the cultural heritage sites are not merely remnants of past. They are living testimonies of our history, identity, and shared humanity. from the architectural marvels of ancient civilizations to intangible traditions and practices, these treasures hold immense value transcending borders and generations. Our tangible heritage include over 40,000 built heritage sites, monuments, archaeological sites, historic cities and culture landscape spread across India, rich and diverse geographical and environmental landscape. However, today they stand increasingly vulnerable to growing threats posed by natural disasters such as earthquake, flood, cyclone, as well as human-induced hazards like urbanizations, armed conflict, and climate change. Disaster, when they strike, can inflict irreversible damage to our cultural heritage. The destruction of ancient monuments, manuscripts, and cultural landscapes not only leads to the loss of history, but also disturbs livelihood and our identities. Recent global and national incidents remind us the fragility of these sites. We have seen devastating earthquake in Nepal, where significant damage to UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Kathmandu has taken place. We know in flood in Kedarnath in 2013, when Kedarnath temple and other historical monuments got damaged. And third, the Sun Temple in Konark underscores the vulnerability of our iconic culture sites due to cyclone. And flooding of Taj Mahal in last year and flooding in Radford complex in 2023 are some of the recent incidents we have to remember. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has shown unwavering enthusiasm towards promoting and preserving India's cultural identity. His vision for a new India places a significant emphasis on celebrating our culture diversity with initiatives such as Dekho Apna Desh, campaign and promotion of the vibrant Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, which encourages us to look towards and take pride in our heritage. Moreover, these disasters often expose critical gaps in risk assessment, preparedness, and response capabilities of heritage site management. This consultative workshop is a call to action. It aims to bring together experts, policymakers, conservationists, and local stakeholders to develop a structured approach for risk reduction, preparedness and response, disaster management plan, damage and loss assessment, community participation, and so on. Disaster management for cultural heritage required a collaborative and interdisciplinary approach. Today, we are privileged to have representation from diverse domains. Policymakers who shape regulations and framework, conservation experts who bring technical knowledge, local communities whose life experiences are invaluable, international organizations such as UNESCO and that provide global perspective and best practices. I urge all participants to actively share insight, case studies, challenges faced in their complexities in this context. This workshop is an opportunity to foster dialogue, exchange knowledge, and chart a path forward together. NDMA in this direction has issued a guideline for cultural heritage protection, and these guidelines serve as a roadmap for risk reduction, emergency preparedness, and recovery with key recommendations on 6 different things. First is preparedness. First is risk assessment. That is HRVA, conduct vulnerability and risk assessment for cultural heritage site, focusing on both natural and anthropogenic hazards. Second is preparedness measure. Under this, create disaster management plan tailored to the specific need of heritage sites. Provide training program for heritage site managers, local authorities, and first responders. Third, under this guideline, talk about structure and non-structure safety measure. Carry out structure assessment and retrofitting vulnerable heritage structure to withstand disasters. Implement non-structure measures such as fire suppression system, secure storage for artifacts. And fourth is community involvement and capacity building. And fifth goes to damage, loss assessment and culture sector. And sixth, under these guidelines, talk about recovery and reconstruction guideline. Adopt build back better principles to ensure resilience in the restorations of damaged heritage site. Like earlier I said, we are here to listen from our expert. ICCROM Italy, UNESCO, Dr. UNESCO is here. From expert from IIT Roorkee, professor is there. There are so many other experts are there. We want to hear from you people. But before I end, I got 3 suggestions to make. My first priority, my first suggestion will be collaborating with the state government, local authorities to conduct risk assessment for heritage site. That's a very, very important point. We have to collaborate with people here, the ministry who is involved here, the local authorities, the SDMAs, the local government, and the local communities. We have to get involved with them and find out how to move forward. My second suggestion will be developing templates for disaster management plan specific to cultural heritage. We don't have to make a big guideline. We have to make a small templates, do's and don'ts. What to do, what not to do. How to go so that common man can understand how to protect our heritage sites. And my last point will be organizing capacity building program for site managers, local communities, and first responder, promoting public awareness campaign to instill a sense of ownership and responsibility towards protecting our heritage site. Until unless we don't take community, whatever we are doing in India, in the mitigation program, like we have launched a very scheme for communities, the Abda Mitra scheme, where we have trained 1 lakh Abda Mitra in 350 most vulnerable districts. We have to involve communities. Whatever program we are making for mitigations, for capacity building, under recovery and reconstruction, PDNA, until unless you don't involve, don't train your communities, it is very difficult to move ahead. From center, we can make good guidelines, we can make good plans, we can make good policy, we can make national disaster management plan for 2016-2019 review we are undertaking very shortly. But until unless we don't involve communities, it is very difficult to move ahead. So finally, I just look forward for the outcome of this workshop and assure you of NDMA unwavering commitment to implementing your recommendations. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations over the next session. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful views on the topic of the workshop today, and your words have set up the tone for the workshop. We are joined by Sri Safi Hassan Rizvi, sir, advisor NDMA with us. We welcome you here, sir. It is our privilege to have...
May I request Mr. Sharma from Ministry of Culture, Joint Secretary, please, ADG, please come on the stage. We were not, sure of your arrival of the thing, so I'll request you to take the conmost seat. Ministry of Culture, go ahead.
It is our privilege to have Mr. Tim Curtis, Director of UNESCO, with us. Mr. Curtis has been working in the field of culture and sustainable development in diverse international contexts for over 25 years, of which 20 have been with UNESCO. He had a vast experience in safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage, and he had served for culture in East Africa as well as in South Asia. I request Mr. Curtis to share his valuable insights and perspectives on the importance of preserving cultural heritage. Please welcome Mr. Tim Curtis with a round of applause. Thank you.
Sri Rajendra Singh, Member and Head of Department of the National Disaster Management Authority, Ms. Mrinalini, Srivast, Director of NDMA, esteemed members of NDMA, Dr. Janwit Sharma from the ASI, Mr. Rohit Jigyasu and Ms. Aparna Tandon from ICCROM Rome, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, it's really a great honor to be here today, and good morning to you all. It's, as I said, an honor to be here today on behalf of UNESCO, presenting this small talk at this important consultative workshop on disaster management for cultural heritage sites in India. This workshop has been organized collaboratively by the National Disaster Management Authority with UNESCO and ICCROM, and represents a significant commitment to safeguarding the cultural heritage, which we all know is essential to India's identity and legacy. And of course, as we heard earlier, we must confront the pressing reality that climate change poses a profound threat to our cultural heritage. Rising sea levels, increasing frequency of extreme weather events, shifting climate patterns are jeopardizing our lives, but also, of course, our historical sites. And so the urgency of risk preparedness for cultural heritage really can't be overstated. And India has already experienced some significant disasters, we heard earlier, such as cyclones, floods, landslides, of course also earthquakes that have impacted cultural sites across various states. These include Kashmir, Sikkim, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Kerala, Odisha, as well as Tamil Nadu. And these calamities have inflicted damage not only on monuments like palaces, temples, historical gardens, but they've also disrupted the social fabric of communities that cherish these sites and live around these sites. This loss of cultural heritage is often deeply felt. It erodes the sense of identity, history, and continuity at a time when communities are trying to rebuild. And in that sense, cultural heritage sites are more than just structures. They are really repositories of knowledge, artistry, and tradition passed down through generation, and their destruction diminishes a kind of collective memory and impoverishes future generations' understanding of their history. And heritage, as we heard earlier, extends, of course, beyond just monumental sites. It also encompasses objects, but of course the living heritage practices, what's called the intangible cultural heritage. And these include ceremonial traditions, ceremonial oral traditions, rituals, festivals, languages, and all sorts of inherited skills that breathe life into our communities. And disasters can really disrupt the transmission of these living expressions of culture, leading, as well as with the loss of sites, to a loss of identity and to a loss of social cohesion and community cohesion. And one more thing to think when we talk about cultural heritage. Once it is lost, it is nearly impossible to recover or to rebuild. Cultural heritage tends to be unique. These tend to represent outstanding achievements of past civilizational practices, and therefore, unlike perhaps other elements of infrastructure, they can't simply be rebuilt. Often the techniques, the knowledge, the resources are just simply not there. So waiting for disasters to occur before implementing risk management strategies is just no longer an option. And as I said, particularly today, given the risks we know from climate change, climate-induced disasters. It's also critical, and I'd like to emphasize, that disaster risk reduction and management for cultural heritage be fully integrated into the national and state-level disaster management strategies, rather than just left to the heritage institutions and practitioners themselves. By embedding cultural heritage considerations into broader disaster management frameworks, you can ensure that these invaluable and irreplaceable assets are not missed out when disaster strikes. I think everybody who's been in disasters understands that coordination, communication, and sequencing are critical in these early stages, and making sure that the heritage fits into that panoply is actually very important. And so an approach that we've seen, for example, that seems to be effective, and I'd like to propose that we look a little bit at a country such as Italy. We all know that Italy has a rich and cultural and artistic heritage, but is also one of the most exposed countries to natural risks in the world. And the Italian Civil Protection Code of 2018 emphasizes the protection and enhancement of cultural heritage as a fundamental aspect of disaster management, and mandates that the interventions for protecting that heritage be integrated into the broader national disaster response plans. So, for instance, specific national plans for managing emergencies related to nuclear and volcanic risks around Vesuvius and the Phlegraean fields near Naples prioritize the preservation of World Heritage Sites, such as the Historic Center of Naples, Pompeii, during crises. And as we heard earlier, these policies, as in others, highlight the critical importance of collaboration among local authorities, heritage organizations, and the communities themselves in creating tailored disaster response plans at a localized level that prioritize both public safety and the preservation of cultural heritage, so that these have to be integrated together. Similarly, Japan has a long-standing approach to disaster risk reduction, which integrates community engagement with advanced technology. Japan deploys a multi-layered strategy featuring early warning systems and robust infrastructure designed to withstand natural disasters. And so engaging communities in disaster risk management not only helps physical reconstruction, but also fosters a social cohesion, allowing people to rebuild their cultural identity and their lives. And in view of this, in Nepal, following the devastating earthquake in 2015, which was mentioned earlier, UNESCO supported a heritage-led recovery approach that emphasized community involvement, recognizing locals as the first responders in Kathmandu. And this was also successful because they were literally also those who had the first access. So working with those communities allowed for a lot of important heritage safeguarding. So in light of this collaboration, UNESCO is of course delighted to partner with NDMA and with ICCROM for this consultative workshop. Together, I think we have a unique opportunity to address challenges posed by disasters to both tangible and living cultural heritage. It's important that I think that our collaboration aims to develop actionable strategies for disaster risk reduction and management, and also by equipping local authorities, communities, and stakeholders with essential tools and knowledge, we can together create resilient frameworks that will help safeguard our heritage from future threats. And of course, it's a delight to welcome both Rohit Jigyasu and Aparna Tandon. If I may say so, two Indians who are actually serving on the international level, so capacity is here at ICCROM to work with us and who will be sharing their expertise and insights in disaster management for cultural heritage with us today. So I would encourage all of us to actively participate in today's discussion, to share insights, experiences, and best practice, so that we can work together to develop a comprehensive approach that addresses these immediate risks while fostering long-term resilience for cultural heritage. With that, I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this moment, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and a very successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Curtis. Before we move forward, I would like to request our HODN member, Dr. Sri Rajendra Singh Sir, to also welcome Sri Jangvi Sharma, Additional Director General, ASI, Ministry of Culture, with a memento. I now request that the address of DG ICCROM is delivered by Dr. Rohit Jigyasu.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, on behalf of our Director General, Ms. Aruna Francesca Maria Gujral, I just want to convey her greetings for this very important occasion. Unfortunately, our Director General cannot be here, but she conveys her heartfelt thanks for the partners, especially NDMA, UNESCO, for organizing this very critical topic here. She conveys that ICCROM is really looking forward to not just have this event, but see this as a starting point for a very long-term collaboration to make sure that our cultural heritage is protected against disasters. ICCROM, many of you may not be knowing, is an intergovernmental organization with 138 member states. It was, in fact, the decision to set up ICCROM was taken here in Delhi in 1950s, so India has a very strong connection to ICCROM. ICCROM has been doing capacity building programs, advocacy, collaboration, research in this area of disaster risk management for cultural heritage for many years, starting with Florence floods in 1960s, where the innovative approaches to respond to heritage were initially developed. ICCROM today has been doing many programs, many activities which are linked to protection of cultural heritage from both tangible and intangible, from disasters as well as human-induced conflicts. We have various programs. Aparna is there, which is leading First Aid to Cultural Heritage program. We also have disaster risk management included in other initiatives such as World Heritage Leadership Program, Sustainability and Built Heritage, and many more. ICCROM stands committed to work forward in making sure that cultural heritage in every country, and India can be an example to showcase how we can really make sure that we reduce disaster risks, but also are able to effectively respond and recover following disasters. In conclusion, I would say that our Director General is really very excited that this initiative has been taken up and is very much looking forward to see how we will move forward in this area in this very, very important area, considering the fact that disasters are really increasing, especially because of climate change. So we have to really make sure that we are well prepared to deal with this important challenge that we are facing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohit. Now I would like to request a special remark from Mr. Jahanveer Sharma on today's workshop. Kindly, sir.
Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, Member and HOD NDMA, Dr. Tim Curtis, Director UNESCO Delhi Office, Ms. Mrilanili, Dr. Rohit Jigasu and Dr. Aparna, both from ICCROM, distinguished guests. Well, first of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Culture and Archaeological Survey of India, I would like to thank for inviting us over, and I see several of my colleagues are also present in this workshop, which actually attests to the fact that this particular topic on disaster management holds a special relevance for us, and I'll explain that in a while. But before doing that, to many, obviously you would be familiar with the Archaeological Survey of India, but to those who don't, it's an organization which was set up in 1861, makes it 164-year-old organization, and there aren't many organizations in the world as old as ASI with the mandate of protecting our heritage. We are looking after, as of now, 3,698 monuments, too short of 3,700 across the country, which includes 26 World Heritage properties. And these 26 World Heritage properties, if you look at the number of monuments which are assimilated in it, is something close to 310. So roughly about 8% of our monuments are World Heritage properties. And just to illustrate, if we say Hampi Group of Monuments, which is one World Heritage property, has 56 monuments, Fatehpur Sikri has 91, Champaner Pavagadh has 36 of ASI monuments. So then the number swells to quite a bit. Now, I think speakers before me have pointed out that disasters now are occurring at a much sort of a quicker pace than we ever realized before. So whether it is the human-induced or the natural disasters, the occurring of it, the frequency of it is increasing now rapidly. And as I said, that since our role as ASI is to look after the monuments, and we realize that the monuments are also being affected by the disasters, both natural as well as human-induced. Particularly in terms of natural disasters, I think in the recent past, my colleagues perhaps will be making a short presentation in this regard, but flooding, earthquake, tsunami, and certain human activities have also induced disasters in our monuments of late. And therefore, our response to these, which is often swift, so we obviously are operating through our field offices. We have 38 circles and one mini circle that exists as of now. So any disaster that happens, there are two things that we are doing. A, our immediate responses in terms of visiting the affected areas or the monuments, doing a documentation followed by an emergency consolidation of that affected monument, and thereafter, of course, a sustained conservation activity that goes along with it. So that's the kind of response that we are doing. And I would also like to inform that to begin with, for all our World Heritage properties, and also of late, whatever the nominations that we are submitting to UNESCO, the disaster management plan is one important component. So nearly for most of our World Heritage properties, we do have a disaster management plan in place. And not only that we are trying to implement these plans within our own backyards, but we are also assisting through the Ministry of External Affairs certain countries as well. Tim talked about Nepal, but we are also working in Myanmar, where after 2000, I think it was an 18 earthquake, where many of their properties were very badly affected and damaged, that the ASI team, in fact, Mr. Sundar Paul, who is our Director of Conservation, he's leading that team for our response in Myanmar, where about 90 or 91 monuments monuments, we are helping the Myanmarese government to restore that. So yes, in a way that we do have that expertise within the organization in order to kind of create that response once a disaster strikes. Now, I think this workshop is pertinent from the point of view that it allows us, to establish a dialogue, which we hope will be there throughout the day, because several of my field colleagues are here, and they would be, I'm sure, more than willing to share our experiences of how do we handle the disasters. Our conservation policy of 2014, there is one Article 15, which is dedicated on emergency responses in case of disaster, and it is twofold, looking at how we are preparing our monuments in a from the point of view of preparing themselves for disaster, and then, of course, the emergency response thereafter. But we are very hopeful for having this partnership both with NDMA, with ICCROM, and we look forward to kind of working closely in terms of perhaps having certain specific workshops specific for our monuments, and particularly in the critical disaster-prone areas. And also, like ICCROM has manuals, my fervent wish would be that we should have a manual on disaster risk management, which is exclusively for our ASI monuments. I think it is with these words, I thank you very much for inviting my colleagues and myself, and we really look forward to the deliberations through the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. It's now time to express our gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, guests, and participants who have made this event a success. I invite Ms. Mrinalini Srivastav, Director, National Disaster Management Authority, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaskar, Member and Head of Department NDMA, Distinguished Member Dr. Krishna Vatsa, Director General ICCROM, represented here through Dr. Rohit Jigyasu and Ms. Aparna Tandon, Director UNESCO, representatives from Ministry of Culture, Archaeological Survey of India, CISF, and senior officers from NDMA, esteemed guests. Thank you so much for your presence here. On behalf of NDMA, we value your time and contribution to this critical dialogue on disaster management for cultural heritage sites. A special thanks to Member and Head of the Department NDMA for his leadership and unwavering support in recognition of this important topic of safeguarding our rich cultural heritage from increasing risk of disasters. We are deeply grateful to Dr. Jigyasu, representing ICCROM, and the esteemed Director of UNESCO for their valuable insights and featured address, which have set the tone for informed discussions and the international collaboration that we look forward today. A heartfelt thank you to Ms. Aparna for her presence and support. Our gratitude extends to the Ministry of Culture and the Archaeological Survey of India, whose commitment to cultural preservation has been instrumental in shaping this platform. We thank the Ministry of Home Affairs for acknowledging the importance of this subject and scaling it to the level of an international workshop, emphasizing India's leadership in this domain. This workshop today showcases a great convergence of multiple stakeholders and knowledge partners. It is a testament to the shared responsibility and collective effort required to protect and manage our cultural heritage. I hope this collaboration inspires hope and action in addressing the challenges posed by disasters. Once again, अंततः भारत के सांस्कृतिक धरोहर के संरक्षण एवं बचाव के प्रति आपके सहयोग के लिए राष्ट्रीय आपदा प्रबंधन प्राधिकरण एवं भारत सरकार की ओर से आभार एवं अभिनंदन। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's now time for a short break. Let's take a few minutes to refresh and recharge. We will be back with our next session, the session 1, Understanding Risk of CHS, sharp at 10:45. Before that, I would like to request a group photograph of all the dignitaries present on the dais. Thank you so much. Now I would like everybody to go for refreshments. Please help yourselves. It is outside the podium. Cultural Heritage Sites. Our chair for this session is Dr. Sushma Swaraj Bhawan, Sir, member NDMA. The speakers for this session are Dr. Rohit Jigyasu, who is a conservation architect and risk management professional from ICCROM, Rome, and Ms. Aparna Tandon, who will be the next speaker from ICCROM, Rome. She is closely associated with the flagship program of First Aid to Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis, FAR program, which develops capacities for protecting all forms of heritage and associated communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speakers for this session. As we start, participants, please come for the session. We will begin. As we start our first session, let's first invite Ms. Shalini Singh, Senior Consultant, NDMA, to make a presentation on the topic National Guidelines for Disaster Management of Cultural Heritage Sites and Precedents.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Shalini Singh, Senior Consultant, NDMA, and I'll be making a presentation on National Disaster Management Guidelines for Cultural Heritage Sites and Precincts. So the guidelines were launched in 2017 through a rigorous consultation and lengthy discussions with many stakeholders, many of whom are present in the workshop today. The guidelines lay out basic framework to develop disaster management plans and strategies. The guidelines are structured around the disaster management cycle, where we are talking about risk assessment, risk reduction, emergency response measures, and post-disaster recovery. These are divided into 7 chapters, and each chapter consists of basic methodologies to address each phase of disaster management cycle. The scope of the guidelines are limited to monuments, buildings, and sites, historical precincts, towns, villages, and cultural landscapes. We have one more guidelines where we talk about disaster management of collections and artifacts, which are the disaster management guideline for museums. This is a common knowledge for all the professionals present here. So the guidelines have classified the structures based on the areas of jurisdiction. First, we have centrally protected monuments and sites which are under the jurisdiction of ASI, Archaeological Survey of India, which functions under the Ministry of Culture. Second, we have state protected monuments and sites which are protected by the state legislative acts. Third, we have historic cities, neighborhoods, villages, and precincts which are administered under urban development, rural development, local authorities, and ULBs. Then we have unprotected heritage sites. Many of the cities have listed unprotected heritage sites by various agencies, one of which is NTAC, and several of the heritage sites are identified by charitable trusts, temple trusts, etc. Now, I'm talking about the existing legislative framework for disaster management in India. The first is the National Disaster Management Authority, which is constituted under the Disaster Management Act of 2005. It is the apex body for disaster management in India. The second instrument is the National Policy on Disaster Management 2009, where we are talking about giving weight to indigenous knowledge and practices, and with special focus on protection of heritage structures. The third instrument here is the National Disaster Management Plan. And I have mentioned here National Policy for Conservation of Ancient Monuments, Archaeological Sites and Remains by ASI 2014, where we also find the mention of disaster management as one of its concerns. The vision of the guidelines that NDMA has issued is to ensure that places of cultural significance are safe and secure, and that the heritage value they embodied are conserved for future generations. The objective is to address the specific needs of cultural heritage within the framework of disaster risk reduction. The guidelines provide a framework for central ministries, departments, and other actors that are involved in the protection, conservation, and management of cultural heritage sites to prepare their own disaster management plans. The disaster management process has been used to structure the guidelines. Guidelines have a three-level structure where guidelines act as a template to prepare DM plans. They lay out priority areas of action. Then we have the guidelines are using people, site, and surrounding collection matrix to highlight relationship between multiple vulnerabilities and impact of different aspects. And when we go on more micro level, then we have checklist for individual aspects, such as the risk assessment, risk mitigation, emergency preparedness and response, post-disaster assessment and recovery. The second chapter talks about risk assessment. So we follow the standard procedure in the guidelines as well. We identify and document and establish and prioritize the heritage values, and we assess the existing physical condition and the management frameworks that are in place for conservation as well as disaster management. Then we have we identify natural and human-induced hazards. We identify vulnerabilities at different scales, that is the city and precinct level, site and surroundings, structure, and movable objects in collections. Then we are talking about analyzing cause-effect relationships, and through that we are asking to prioritize risk. And the next chapter talks about measures for disaster risk reduction and mitigation. At the onset of the chapter, the guidelines talk about establishing a balance between disaster risk reduction measures vis-a-vis cultural heritage protection measures. Some of the strategies for risk reduction are proposed in the guidelines, which are at settlement and precinct level, site and surroundings level, and individual buildings and structure level. Then we talk about planning for emergency preparedness and disaster response, where we are talking about creating an emergency team, identification of evacuation routes, identification routes for emergency services, identification of various kinds of emergency supplies, etc. We are also highlighting the importance of monitoring and early warning systems, and we have given a checklist for emergency response systems which should be present at a site and precinct level, such as automated and manual fire suppression systems, public address systems, security systems, emergency lighting, and electrical backup systems. Chapter 5 talks about the post-disaster recovery and assessment, planning and recovery processes. Here we are talking about standardized procedures and methodology for carrying out PDNAs, where we are emphasizing to prepare the templates for disaster damage and loss assessment while we are creating the disaster management plans. So we are prepared beforehand with the templates and tools after an emergency. We are talking about scheduling and timing of carrying out assessments. We are talking about mobilizing resources for assessment in the case of large disasters where the internal resources may not be sufficient to do the assessment. So we are talking about crowd-based maps, ICT platforms, and training for volunteers to do an initial visual survey. Then we are talking about compiling the data to inform the recovery process. The sixth chapter talks about training and capacity building and raising awareness. The training is to highlight the need of holistic approach towards disaster management, building capacities to enable and equip site managers and site staff, and raising awareness. The last chapter is about conclusion and action plan, where we have an outline of various actions proposed within the framework of these guidelines, which are to be implemented at various levels of governance with a tentative time frame. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shalini. Now I would like to request Dr. Sushma Swaraj Bhawan sir to chair the session. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you and our distinguished panelists, Mr. Rohit Jigyashu and Ms. Aparna Tandon. Thank you very much to ICCROM, Ministry of Culture, Archaeological Survey of India for lending support to the NDMA for organizing this workshop, which is extremely important in the context of climate change impacts and the loss and damage context. What makes the disaster management for cultural heritage and monuments very unique and very niche area is the irreplaceability of the cultural heritage and the monuments and all the artifacts. Unlike any other asset or any other source of human activity, here when an artifact is lost, when a cultural heritage is lost, it's very, very difficult to replace it. Actually, it is lost forever. And that is why we need to take very special care to understand the risk and vulnerability and take the preventive and mitigation measures. So two things which are extremely important: understand the risks very well. And these risks emanate from different sources and not just natural hazards. And we need to understand all kinds of risks. And then further, we need to focus more on prevention. More the prevention, the better it is, because though we engage in recovery and reconstruction, it is a very, very difficult process. I would like to just illustrate it with my own experience of involvement in this area. 1993 earthquake that struck at Latur, Maharashtra, also damaged 4 big forts. And we did an assessment of all the forts, and it was also included in the Maharashtra Emergency Earthquake Rehabilitation Program. And despite all the assessments and all the money that was provided for, we could not restore the forts. The difficulty was, of course, the assessment needs to be carried out very carefully. 2, the right kind of materials should be made available. 3, the right kind of expertise should be made available. And it was very, very difficult for us to bring all these resources together. We tried hard, but and we tried to bring various kinds of resource groups together. But there were so many problems that finally this component had to be abandoned. And that was, of all the components could be implemented except the restoration of forts. And that really brought out how difficult it is to address some of these things. The pool of expertise within this area is very, very narrow, very small, and it is very important for us to expand this pool. And one of the objectives of the workshop here is to think of those activities, those interventions which expand the pool. The second thing is that the institutional landscape also for the cultural and heritage monuments very complex. Some of them are owned by the central government, some of them are owned by the state government, some of them are privately owned. How do we get the right kind of support for these different cultural heritage and monuments is always a challenge. The third part, which is equally challenging, is the availability of resources. There is not enough appreciation of the funding requirements, and when we are, different priorities, different requirements compete for resources, the cultural heritage always takes a back seat, unfortunately. So how do we make the resources available at the right time so that the retrofitting and reconstruction happens? and we are able to provide the right kind of resources. It requires an optimal investment. Suboptimal investments lead to very suboptimal outcomes. So these are the critical issues that we face when we are with this issue. And in the workshop, we will discuss various strands of the problems, right from risk assessment to various mitigation and prevention and mitigation steps that need to be taken. We definitely need to discuss the capacity building activities, and which are very, very important. And we also need to think of how we can encourage and support these activities on a sustained basis. We are organizing a workshop, that is great, but many of the, say for example, Shalini just made a presentation on the guidelines. How do we implement the guidelines on a continuous basis? And we find the right resources, right expertise to do that. That's also an area that needs greater attention. So these are some of the issues that we will discuss during the workshop. We start first with the risk assessment, and we have two distinguished panelists, Rohit Jigyasu. I have been interacting with him for a long time, more than 25 years. And Aparna Tandon, she is also a very accomplished expert in this area. Both of them will discuss the risk assessment, and we will have more intervention. We will also have some participation from the floor. So I think, Rohit, you will go first. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Maybe I can have the slides. Yeah. Okay, so thank you again. This presentation really lays the basis for the challenges that we have to really address when we talk about disaster risk management. I'm going to take many examples from around the world and also from India to illustrate the key issues that are at our disposal. May I just have the first slide, please? Can I operate myself or? Okay. Okay, so I've already given the introduction to ICCROM, so let me just start with this slide, which shows one major event that the world has been witnessing very recently, and in fact it is still ongoing. I'm sure you know about the fires in Los Angeles, which have been really engulfing a larger region, and it has destroyed many homes, many livelihoods, but it has also damaged a lot of cultural heritage which we don't know about. This is just one of the examples, many examples that we are now facing more and more wildfires. And one of the reasons for this major disaster has been that there was intense rain and then there was a long period of dry spell. And because of that, there was vegetation coming up and then it became fuel with high winds because the season was changed. The seasons have also been different. So combination of climate change and disaster risks is really something that we are witnessing, and it is having an impact on heritage. Wildfires, when we talk about, this was another event 2 years ago in Hawaii where this historic town was totally burnt out, again, for the same reason. Well, many of our monuments and sites are located really in the forested areas, and wildfires or bushfires have been posing a lot of threat. This is, as you all know, Parthenon in Greece, and it has been at high risk. In fact, even this year, 2023, it was also, again, this risk of wildfire was very much there in the summers. When we come down to India, we also have many of our heritage sites which are located in the forested areas, and we have to really address the risks that are there because of not the site itself, but the context of the site, which sometimes causes these risks. So it requires us to think a little bit beyond just the archaeological sites, but also the forest, which is really where many of these risks are generated. Well, I moved to another major disaster that happened again this month, and you can see like how two major events in 1 month have captured the attention of the whole world. This is Tibet earthquake. Again, many heritage sites. This is Shigatse, one of the historic towns, which was totally damaged. A lot of heritage was destroyed. Again, we see that earthquakes is not something which happens once, it happens again and again. And there has been a history of damage to monuments in the region due to many earthquakes that have happened in the past. So when we talk about one earthquake, we have to think that recovery after that earthquake is actually preparedness for the next one. In fact, there's a very good publication titled Between Two Earthquakes, which is really focused on cultural heritage. I would really recommend you to have a look at that. Well, I moved to some other events just to show how our cultural heritage is really vulnerable to disasters. This is earthquake last year in Japan. Again, you can see these are all historic properties. This one is on the national preservation list, and it was very much damaged. Morocco, this is a World Heritage Site, again facing a major earthquake in 2023. Now, the question here is also, I'm going to talk about a few issues as I talk about these disasters. Here, the problem has been that a lot of additions and alterations have been done without really understanding how they create vulnerability of heritage. So originally, constructions were okay, were not really so vulnerable, but over the years, so many changes and additions were done without understanding how these actually, in a piecemeal manner, create vulnerability of our heritage. So while we talk about heritage preservation, we have to also see how we address these changes or transformations that happen, especially in the living aspect of heritage, where people are living and where many activities are going on. Turkey and Syria faced earthquakes again 2 years ago. Now here, one of the major issue in this damage assessment which was done after the earthquake was the damage was so huge that it was not possible to use the tools that we generally use, which are focused on buildings on sites, because it was a huge pile of rubble where the entire area got damaged, and so it was very hard to really focus or define the scope of what is heritage and what is not heritage. So in that case, it also is very important that we look at damage assessment or risk assessment for heritage. We have to think how we actually link it to what is not heritage. Sometimes they all are in the same area. So how do you distinguish between them? It is a huge challenge as well. And how you deal with large scale of disasters, not the smaller ones, because the scale can also make a lot of difference. Well, I moved to Myanmar, which is very much in the neighborhood. There was this is a World Heritage Site of Bagan. Again, it's faced a lot of damage in the earthquake in 2016. And one of the things that was found out was that the reason for such a big damage was not the earthquake itself, but the past restorations that had been done to these monuments. Because of the restorations that had been done, you adding some of the materials which were not really they impacted negatively the structural integrity of the historic monument. So because of that, earthquake created a lot of damage. And you can see here why these additions really led to that kind of damage. Moving to Nepal earthquake, which we all have been talking about in the morning, several references have been made to it. Again, we saw that many of these World Heritage Monument zones in Kathmandu Valley were impacted due to Gorkha earthquake in 2015. Now, an important point here is that When we look at heritage, we tend to classify it as tangible or intangible, movable and immovable, which is, of course, an important category division, the way we look at it. But when a disaster happens, it's a combination. You can see that both the tangible and the intangible are impacted, and you cannot really separate the two. So we have to really understand how do we look at the connections between the monuments and the museums, the tangible and the intangible, and also I would say the nature and cultural dimension of heritage. Moving to another earthquake in the neighborhood of our neighborhood in Bhutan, in 2009, when a major earthquake happened, a lot of historic structures were damaged. And the challenge that was faced was that the international organizations came in to do damage assessment, but they didn't know how to distinguish between what is heritage and what is not heritage. So they applied the same principles that are used for engineered structures for non-engineered structures, which is not making sense because the engineered structures have a very different basis and you cannot apply them to make assessment for those which are not engineered. Again, so a lot of heritage structures were actually, they were recommended to be dismantled and declared unsafe because the heritage value and significance was not really considered while the assessment was made. And also, of course, their inherent structural features, which are different, as I mentioned, than the engineered ones. So then there are amazing challenges that we have for recovery of heritage following disasters because it is very hard to recover heritage. Once it is lost, you cannot get it back. And this is a good example of that. Christchurch had a major earthquake, and this is one of the landmark monuments of the city of Christchurch. And it has just been recovered only 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and it has costed a huge amount of money. So the question that was also raised earlier is how much can we do in advance so that we save the money that we sometimes cannot even afford to bring back our lost heritage. So investing in mitigation, investing in preparedness is really the key for disaster risk management of heritage. Coming down to Gujarat earthquake in 2001, we recently had its anniversary. We know that this was, in fact, the first, I would say, in the conscience of a larger public, how heritage is vulnerable to disasters such as earthquake. It became very evident in this earthquake. And one of the things that also we came to realize in this earthquake was that it is very important for those who come to respond after the earthquake to be able to understand what is heritage. Otherwise, when you do cleaning of debris, when you do a lot of salvage operations at the end, heritage needs are not considered. So it is very essential that that kind of coordination is made between those who are responsible for recovery and those who are responsible for heritage. If that connection is not there, it becomes a huge issue. Coming down to another major big event, which was the East Japan earthquake and tsunami in 2011, again, huge damage to cultural heritage. But what became very clear was, and it is very interesting, the aspect that I want to highlight, that the historic houses, the traditional houses or cultural heritage in Japan is wooden, and also it uses paper instead of glass, so it is very light and it's very good against earthquakes. These are the traditional features of it. But because of that, it became more vulnerable to tsunami waves because the structures were so light that they were floating on the tsunami waves. So we have to also understand how we not only reduce vulnerability to one hazard, but we have to think of multiple hazards, because if we don't consider reducing vulnerability of all the hazards to which a site is exposed, probably we will increase vulnerability to another hazard by not considering it. Now moving to this this major disaster for heritage, Notre Dame Cathedral is the landmark of Paris. And we always think that developed countries cannot have or any disaster because it's only for developing countries to face it. In fact, it is maybe more challenging in developed countries, as was very much seen here in this in this fire. Now the fire happened because of the restoration work that was going on inside. They were upgrading Now, when they brought in people from outside to do the upgradation and restoration, they didn't know what will be the impact on the heritage, So they used a lot of electricity to do welding and to do all repairs. And then finally what happened was that they didn't consider the risk of electric short circuiting. And during the restoration process, the fire happened and a major disaster took place. Now, there is a statistics which says that 70% of historic buildings are facing the threat of fire because of not anything else but not being aware of how to do restoration work or how to do the upgradation work. When they are done, they really don't take into account. Those consultants or the contractors who are brought in are not aware of considerations that they must make because heritage is different than any modern building would be. So I'm now talking about this example from China where this World Heritage City of Lijiang has been facing fires for many times. In fact, 4 instances of fire have happened. And the reason is, and this is something I wanted to highlight, that many of... I'm going to conclude, yes. And the reason for that is that many of these structures are interconnected, and because of the special characteristics of these structures, it was very vulnerable. The roads are very narrow, and the houses are all connected, so there is no wall that blocks the fire to jump from one roof to the other. So we also have to understand what are the special unique characteristics, not only of the building, but also how the traditional settlements are designed, where we are not talking about one building, but all the structures connected to each other. So how do these have to be considered when we talk about disaster risk management? I just want to conclude by, and this is in Delhi, I just would get to the last slide. If you can please take me to the last slide, please. Can I go back or, yes? Okay, I'll move it from here. Wait. I have many examples here, but I just want to conclude by mentioning to you the fact that we are facing climate change all over, and disasters are really increasing, and our heritage is really going to be vulnerable. Sorry, just a moment. Yes. So we need to really recognize traditional knowledge. This is something that I wanted to highlight. There's a lot of traditional wisdom which is there in our heritage, both in intangible and tangible forms. This is one of the work that we had done in Kutch several years ago, and we found that actually traditional farmers really know how to manage. They have very good indicators to understand when the drought is coming or when there's supposed to be a heavy rainfall. So we really need to sometimes listen to these. So I want to just conclude by mentioning the importance of strengthening cross-sectoral collaboration for efficient governance of cultural and natural heritage. And this is a great example. NDMA is a good example where disaster management sector and cultural heritage sector have to shake their hands and work together. Without that collaboration, this cannot happen. So that's the key point that I want to emphasize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rohitji. That was a very comprehensive overview of the various disaster events and their impacts on cultural heritage sites. I would like to just mention 2 things. One is that it's not now just the disasters that are impacting. The climate change is making its impact in several ways, in invisible ways, and now we have a full-fledged discourse of loss and damage. We are looking at the way the various cultural heritage and practices are getting lost due to the climate change, and they cannot be attributed to one particular event, but they are happening slowly, irretrievably. And one of the important objectives here is to find some way of addressing the loss of cultural heritage, which happens in slow motion. The other point that I would like to bring out is that all these things can happen only when there is a culture and practice of recovery for the overall damage and loss. When the people recover, the cultural heritages also recover. It cannot happen that the countries do not have the resources for people's recovery, and they are finding they will find resources for just the cultural heritage. We must also recognize and realize that the way people live, the kind of houses they live, that also constitutes heritage. And we cannot just say that something which is very unique should be considered heritage. Everything, the local architecture, the local practices, the local customs, all of them are, heritage is a very wide term. So, and the people get affected, and sometimes they are not able to recover. When the people are not able to recover, you cannot help the heritage recover. Recovery is a comprehensive term. It extends to all the sectors. And it's very important that all of us, particularly the disaster management sector, establishes the system and practice of recovery so that we address both the people and the heritage structures. So thank you very much. And now it's to you, Aparna. Thank you.
So if I can have that's my presentation. So, namaskar. First of all, I would like to really thank the NDMA as well as UNESCO for inviting ICCROM to be part of this workshop. Working with disaster management authorities is a strategic direction for ICCROM. Rohit has already highlighted that ICCROM was born after the Second World War. So at the time, Europe was thinking of recovering and reconstruction. So for an organization that was born after the Second World War, disaster risk management is a strategic direction. And I have been working in ICCROM for past 20 years and have been involved with various initiatives of ICCROM since the beginning. But the program that I lead at ICCROM is called First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis. It's a program that is covering all forms of heritage, living heritage, movable heritage, and also immovable heritage, with the idea that all heritage, as Dr. Vatsa has just said, all heritage in the end is an experience. People do not see it as bifurcated, movable, immovable. When there is a disaster or when there is a crisis moment, it's everything together. Our living environment that we want to restore, and the continuity, the thread of continuity comes from all the things that we hold dear that give meaning to our life. So with this philosophy, the program motto of FAR is culture cannot wait. That culture is an integral part of everyday life. And we are working at the intersection of disasters, conflicts, and the climate crisis. Because some of you are working with NDMA, so for you it's not something that I have to say a lot, but there is an overlapping of risks. Today we cannot say this is within a disaster. Sometimes there are situations of conflict, and the climate crisis is acting as a risk driver. So we are looking at it in a very connected way. I just want to tell you that FAR offers international and regional courses. We do offer training, and we also offer national courses on demand. We also conduct on-demand national and regional courses that I already have said. And we also conduct, help member states of ICCROM develop multi-hazard disaster risk management plans for diverse types of heritage. So if you are looking for developing disaster risk management plans, we can help in testing, piloting and also bringing other expertise and other examples. We also provide technical advice during a complex emergency. So a lot of the work that I do is in crisis work. For example, the Beirut disaster, explosion. We are working in Ukraine. We are working in Sudan, in other places where the disaster risk is really, really imminent. And it is important to also think about situations where all these factors that I mentioned are coming together. So, and we also conduct multi-actor national and regional simulations. One of them was conducted in 2021 in India with NDRF, but we are also working at the European level with the EU and the EU Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Organization, DG ECHO, in trying to embed cultural heritage in national disaster management programs and policies at the European level. And now we are also going to launch a big program in the Caribbean on similar lines. So just as Rohit has pointed out, we are living in the age of multiple risks coming together. This is a very sad picture coming from Turkey, where unprecedented scale of earthquake killed thousands, over 60,000 people died here, and also in Syria, which was recovering from the war, and everything, life came to a standstill. So when we talk about disaster risks to cultural heritage can be a victim, but at the same time, cultural heritage is also a source of strength and resilience. It also provides vital knowledge on how to prevent disasters or reduce disaster risk. It's with this idea we have developed a very simple tool which is adapted actually from the Red Cross. It's a community-based tool which is called Insight. Insight is a vulnerability and capacity assessment tool. Now, Rohit has pointed out in his presentation how hazards are acting, earthquakes, floods. But what makes these hazards potent or act on our heritage are the vulnerabilities. But then we also have some capacities. The vulnerabilities are coming from the wider context and sometimes from the heritage itself. We must not think of heritage as a thing only. We must, as we are sitting here, some of us are from ASI and from my other esteemed colleagues who are joining from ICCROM. I think within the heritage world, there is a growing recognition of heritage not as a thing, but as a process, where, as Dr. Vatsa said, heritage is deemed as heritage by people, and people live in that living process. And so heritage can provide resilience. It can also, because of certain customs, dogmas, traditions, it can also produce, lead to myths and may prevent us from doing interventions that are scientific, or maybe, like people sometimes think of disasters as God's will. And at the same time, heritage is a victim. Heritage needs to be protected. So with this idea, we created this Insight, and I will give you a case study. It's available for free for download. It's in English, French, Georgian, Arabic, and Spanish. If you would like to make a Hindi translation, you're most welcome. So I'm just going to give you an application of this Insight game in Racha, Georgia, just to explain to you how it works. So this is a small, Racha is a region which is a risk-prone region. It's full of history, knowledge, and it borders Russian Federation. Georgia and Russia, have some disputes, border disputes like every other country. And it's also prone to landslides and flooding. It's also the region which is known for its wine traditional wine, Kwanchkara, red wine, and also for its Orthodox churches, wooden carving, and vernacular architecture, which is earthquake resistant. This area is also highly seismic area. So one of the things that we wanted to understand was that how the community here, the local people, and we went into 2 towns, Oni and there was another neighboring town, how people here view heritage, how do they think heritage gives them resilience, and at the same time, how heritage is holding them back or is giving them some vulnerabilities which are making them more prone to the disaster risk. We went into a careful design. We asked the local government there, we sought their permission, the municipality and also the local civil protection, as well as our team of experts who were local historians. And we engaged poets, doctors, farmers, a cross-section of people to come together in a municipal school and play Insight or participate in Insight, which is simply we asked people to draw their town and in that point at things, places, traditions, practices that make this place a home. We never said the word heritage. And the government thinks that the churches are the most important, the culture ministry thinks that the churches are the most important things. But through this participatory exercise, we found out that people have so many traditions as well as traditional practices and also an early warning system, which they think is what is helping them to cope with crises. So just to give you an example of the results, one simple mitigation measure that the government took early on was total ban on wood cutting to stop landslides. That led to a decline in woodcrafts and decline in winemaking. How? Because when we have to grow wine or the grape plant, it needs support of the wood. So just to cut, since wood cutting was banned, people had to bring wood from outside, and that meant winemaking became just like unviable business. And this led to the migration of younger populations. So when we went to Racha, we found that a population group from 70 to 50 was completely missing, only older people. That has also led to loss of knowledge, and people have, in the end, because there was total ban on wood cutting, have adopted unsafe materials for construction, and which has increased their vulnerability to earthquakes. So now do you see how cultural heritage is connected with the everyday life of the people, as well as is giving some resilience and taking away of that. Just one measure, mitigation measure, thought of in isolation, not thought of like how it would affect the local arts and crafts, led to this level of vulnerability. It was an eye-opening moment for all the government development planners who were sitting with us at the table when we were doing this game. So just to say in the end that cause and effect of connecting vulnerabilities with hazards and root causes. So it's one there. I mean, you can read it. I'm not going to highlight it, but I just wanted to show that heritage is like Tana Bana. So when you break the Tana Bana, when you break the links, some vulnerability is created, and it's deep. It goes back all the way, and it also cross-cuts livelihoods and all. So when we are looking at these very traditional communities and settings, and this applies, I think, to all the ASI sites where you have monuments, but you also have communities living that are still practicing traditional crafts. And I think this is something important. We have applied insight in Egypt, in Sudan, in Uganda, in Brazil, in India also, in Jodhpur, and in many other countries. We have very good case studies. If you are interested, would like to do this at a city level, at a village level, at a town level, would be very happy, because what you would get out of it is a list of sites or monuments or places that people think of as heritage that they would like to save in times of disaster. You would also get to know how that heritage is connected to people's everyday living. And we also identified some capacities, but I'm not going to go into that. The other thing that I want to quickly highlight is that for a very institutional setup, again, vulnerability and capacity assessment is very important. We also conduct not only qualitative risk assessments, we also conduct quantitative risk assessments, and we are also making risk maps. So what we have done is we have developed this vulnerability and capacity assessment form. It is for multiple hazards, and I can share it with NDMA, and it can be adapted to Indian context also. We have field tested it in many places. And basically, the idea is that risk is hazard and vulnerability. So flood, fire, I say missile, but you can say bombing or whatever, because it's also for conflict. And we look at the combination and probability, and then we further divide it into exposure, sensitivity, and capacity. So the way your heritage is made of, the materials. If you have museum collections, how open they are they exposed to the hazard directly? How many of them are exposed to the hazard? So we also have very institutional level vulnerability and capacity assessment, which is not a tool that is easily available right now. This was a gap that we had identified in our previous trainings. And this is now something that we are now unfolding. And I would like to invite heritage sites, heritage institutions to write to us, and we can definitely share this tool and also guide you on how to carry out a step-by-step risk assessment. And if you want it to be quantitative, that too we can help with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aparna ji. That was a very nice presentation situating heritage in the wider context of the people's lives, how heritage is not just about the many monuments, it's a much wider concept. It's linked to our sensibilities, our natural resources, and we need to look at it in a more integrated manner. So thank you for highlighting that, and thank you for your offer of support. I would like to mention here that the Honorable Prime Minister just mentioned that we would like to set up a national museum devoted to disaster risk management. Right now it is functioning at the state level at Bhuj. It would be upgraded to the National Museum. NDMA is going to work on it very intensively. We just don't want it to be another museum. We would also like it to be a living center where we are able to offer courses in disaster management for cultural heritage. We would like it to be a center of excellence, and we would like to run various courses through which we can train people in retrofitting and refurbishing the cultural heritage sites. So we are looking at the next 3-4 years as a period of intense activity in this area, and we would be very keen to get support and guidance of all the stakeholders, the ICCROM, Ministry of Culture, ASI, INTACH, any other agency which is willing to help us. We are very open to that. So thank you very much. Now I would like to open the floor and get questions from the participants. Thank you. Anyone, please identify yourself and. So looks like there is no question. Please. Can you give the microphone? Here.
I think we should also.
Thank you, Shalini. I'm Jigna Desai. I'm a professor at CEPT University, and I also head the Center for Heritage Conservation there. I had a question for both of you, and both of you are familiar with the activities that we have together done, also Rohit, about introducing new technologies for digital technologies for the data creation, as well as possibly planning mitigation measures or recovery measures for cultural heritage post-disaster, and also using digital technologies to ensure better participation. So both of you have been involved in this, so I want to understand your views on what do you think this relationship is in the future, relationship between cultural heritage, disaster mitigation or disaster management, and the new digital technologies that are available today.
So I just want to respond to you. You're very right. Digital technologies have a lot of role to play in advancing disaster risk management. I just want to cite one project we are now currently doing at ICCROM, but in collaboration with many other partners. It is how to use now everybody talks about artificial intelligence, but you have to actually use it in a defined way. So we are creating a tool where AI is used to actually read damage patterns and make analysis on how we can rapidly understand the causes of different kinds of damages. Now, this is going to be very useful when you have a disaster situation, because time is very limited. You can collect the data very quickly. And then how do you use this data to make a quick analysis? Of course, you cannot rely completely on digital technology. You have to combine it with, experts or the human, This is another thing I want to highlight, that digital technologies are very useful, can be tailored, but cannot be done without having the humans involved. Otherwise, it can go unchecked, it can be not verified, and it can create problems. So that's one. The other initiative that I just want to mention is about documentation, because that's very key, documentation before a disaster happens. Now, how do you actually use digital technologies to do rapid documentation, not only as a to have a record, but also to be able to use them when a disaster happens as a reference of how the situation was before. There, digital technologies can be very helpful, as we don't have to rely on hard copies. We have to make it readily available and readily useful for doing the assessment. So, I mean, that's the other example. But again, we have come to a conclusion that you cannot use digital tools for documentation without combining it with the traditional hand-drawn documentation. Because in disaster situations, sometimes just relying on technology will not work. So you have to make this combination. So that would be my short response to a very important point that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Jigna, for that question. There are, as your own project exhibited, that there are technologies that can be very useful in understanding structures, in understanding traditional, also like, vernacular architecture, or, like using 3D laser scans, or using photogrammetry, GIS-based maps, geospatial data, getting all that. I think this is all very good because it helps us to understand, to understand about heritage as well as the risk it faces. I would also say that near real-time crisis mapping, as well as getting images from drones to understand damage, because for me that I think is very important. And also, as Rohit said, putting this knowledge together with engineers, people who understand structures, and then making that very useful information is very important. And yes, there is a very big role for new technologies. We are also looking into AI, and AI into making disaster scenarios, AI into making, using, you can use 3D videos now easily to even develop simulations to understand disaster risk better. But the point is that accessibility, still many of our cultural heritage institutions and many of our colleagues who are sitting here would agree with me, are working on paper-based documentation, and there is a wide yawning gap. For example, I still remember when we were in Nepal after the earthquake, and the World Heritage sites that were damaged, many of them had records in files, and even then the inventory, geolocated, inventory was missing. I mean, people knew that this is a temple, but what's inside the temple, nobody knew. So that's why this bifurcation, first of all, movable, immovable, is not working. Second, the technology, we have to understand what is the baseline. And then we have to roll out technologies, because technologies are as good as, if we think that technology would solve our problem, then we don't know technology at all. So I really believe in that. And I think we really do need to look at the baseline and to understand that first and foremost, we do need to get those inventories. I mean, if we just do a litmus test of all of us sitting here, we're talking about big disasters, we're talking about, managing maybe a flood. But like in Kerala flood, for example, we didn't even know which street, where to put the site. We don't even have base maps. Good base maps are not available for even making an inventory of heritage. So we had to rely on OpenStreetMaps, which are not very good. Google Maps are not very good. So the distant parts of the country are not mapped properly. And on those maps, we do not have sites geolocated. So I think a very big initiative of the Disaster Museum would be that. That would be the story, I think. So?
Yeah, sure. So, but one thing that is extremely important is the openness of the conservation community to some of the interventions. It is always a problem. Kathmandu consists of 3 municipalities: Patan, Lalitpur and Bhaktapur. Bhaktapur is the heritage capital. Most of the heritage sites are located in Bhaktapur. And Bhaktapur has always been very, very resistant to all the conservation efforts, all the retrofitting efforts. Whereas Lalitpur and Patan were far more open and they encouraged that. So when the earthquake happened, the Patan and Lalitpur emerged relatively unscathed. They had some damage, but the extent of damage to the Bhaktapur had no comparison with the kind of impacts we saw in Patan and Lalitpur. It just showed that at the level of the community, the experts, there has to be a little more openness towards certain interventions that improve the resistance of the structures. It's a small community, very, very small community, and it needs to expand. But there are so many differences of opinions. The community members are so much at loggerheads with each other. And this is something, it's always a source of tension for us, So this is something that's what the community needs to expand. We need to establish a community of practice in this area, which is not there. Now, I would also like to mention that we are conducting the post-disaster needs assessment for different states. Many states are asking for assessment of cultural heritage tools. We recently did it in Sikkim. After the GLOF, Joshimath, we include the cultural heritage. Wayanad, we included the cultural heritage. So cultural heritage is going to be included as a sector in the assessment of damage and loss. Now, this is a very good thing. I mean, we are struggling because we don't have experts in this area. So we definitely would like to augment the expert base. But it does not stop at there. We also need to, if we are going to assess the damage and loss, then we also need to engage in recovery and mitigation. And that is becoming the real challenge. How do we go about it? The expert base is very, very narrow. And that is the real problem that we are facing. So thank you very much, both Rohitji and Aparnaji, for these great presentations. And I would like to conclude the session here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the speakers and Vatsa sir for conducting this session. I would like to request all the speakers and the chair to take a photograph, please. We now move forward to our next session on disaster preparedness, creating comprehensive DMPs. Our chair for this session is Sri Safi Ahsan Rizvi, Advisor, NDMA. With his expertise and guidance, we will explore the best practices and strategies for creating effective disaster management plans. The speakers for this session are Dr. Arvind Manjul, Director ASI, and Sundar Paul. Dr. Rohit Jigyasu from ICCROM, and Mr. Abhinav Walia, Senior Consultant, NDMA. I would like all the speakers to please be on the podium.
Yes, thank you. So, thank you. We have about 45 to 50 minutes. We have 3 speakers. Okay, we've been extended 15 minutes. We've got the approval from the boss lady sitting at their corner there. So we will start with a small presentation from our expert on how to make a plan. I mean, that is something which I thought was the easiest thing to do, but it turns out that making a disaster management plan is not the easiest thing to do. So he will tell us why. Mr. Abhinav Walia has been working in the NDMA for quite some time. And when we go to each speaker, I will request you to say a few words about yourself, and then we can have your mention, your presentation. If we can take 5 to 7 minutes each, then we'll be able to have a good discussion after that. Because as we saw in the previous session, there was a good discussion, which I think was limited to just 2 questions. But if we had a much more interactive discussion, it would have been much more fun. So I will first go to Arvind ma'am, and would you like to initiate? Just tell us about yourself and then tell us what you have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Myself, Arvind Manjul. I am looking after World Heritage in Archaeological Survey of India.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Paul.
Good afternoon. I am Sundar Paul. I am a Director for Conservation in Archaeological Survey of India. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've met Dr. Rohit, so I don't think we need to reintroduce him again. He and Madam Aparna Tandon will be here, like, I won't call them ghosts, but they will be here at every session, and they will lead our discussions, and we are so happy that both of them are here and guiding us with all their experience. So we start with Abhinav, and if you can...
Sir, thank you so much. Sir, I'll go there and present. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Senior Consultant at NDMA for Disaster Management Planning. So this is very small presentation, but now after listening the last session, I really enhanced my understanding that why cultural heritage sites are very important to have a disaster management planning. So next, please. So the Disaster Management Act 2005 lays out a comprehensive framework, and there are 5 types of plan basically. One is National Disaster Management Plan. Next is the State Disaster Management Plan, District Disaster Management Plan, and 4th is our main focus in this workshop, which is the Disaster Management Plan for the ministries and departments of Government of India. And after that, we have the DMP of the states. However, the heritage aspect we need to cover in all types of plans. So in the NDMP only, if we control F, there are heritage word is there in 39 times. So which depicts the importance of heritage in the National Disaster Management Plan as well. Next, please. Next. So why we need a DM plan? So there are 3 major, concerns. One is the preparedness. That is very important for any DM plan, and effective response and reduce disaster risk. So these 3 are the major components beside the DM cycle, which we are, emphasized, which are very important to focus. Next, please. So the DM Act Section 37 speaks about the importance of preparing a DM plan for the ministries. So there are total 6 sections. Section 37 is especially focused on DM plans for ministries and departments of the Government of India. This one? Okay, thank you. So departmental DM plans have multiple dimensions, which focus on the overall disaster management of the planning. So like mainstreaming DRR, preparedness and mitigation measures, emergency response at all levels, relief and recovery support, capacity building, planning for resources, and ensure service delivery continuity in times of disasters. So these are the aspects which any DM plan should cover. Preparation of plan is a very comprehensive and consultative process. It's not very easy that sitting in a room and we can prepare a plan, but it's very interactive kind of process. So a plan should be dynamic and actionable. It should not be a theory-based big document. It's in line with the DM Act 2005 National DM Plan and also the DM template. Plan should have a clear roles and responsibilities and timeline and avoid ambiguity and confusion. It also should have a component of hazard identification, which already discussed that risk assessment is a base of any DM plan. So that is also mentioned in the Sendai framework for DRR. The first pillar of Sendai is also on understanding disaster risk. So that our template covers. Then departmental capacity and gaps, capacitate department for making own DM plans for subordinate offices, because it has been observed that departmental capacity is very important. Many of times departments are dependent on the external consultants, but it would be really good if departments, personals are trained in preparing a DM plans because they have a deeper understanding of the subject and their assets. Practice review and updation of plan is the last component, which is very important. So India initiatives are like, we have shared a DMP template long back, and then we have a continuous follow-up with the ministries, and Cabinet Secretary also guided us and the ministries that every ministry should have a DM plan. So there is a note from the Cabinet, and there should be a nodal officer not below the JS rank for the DM planning of any ministry. Several rounds of consultations and meetings and workshops have been done to train on the disaster management planning to the ministry officials, and NDMA officials also keep visiting the ministries and department very frequently for the DM planning. So recently in 2024, we have shared a revised DM template which is available on our website. There is also a frequently asked questions on the DM planning template. And examination of plans we do whenever we receive a plan from the ministries. Our team examine these plans and provide comments. So that you will see in the next slide. So revised template have objective like outline the process for preparing disaster management plans and categorizing ministries and departments. So in the new template has categorized the ministries in 3 categories. Key points are DMP vary based on the roles and responsibility, assets and functions of the ministries. Outcome is tailored DMP, improve preparedness and response efficiency, because earlier it was like a common template for all the ministries, but now ministries also have 3 types. We have categorized in the 3 types. So template has been revised accordingly. So these are the 3 types of categorization. Ministry departments with national and state level disaster management contributions. The second one is with extensive assets and functions, and third is a ministry's department focused on business continuity and protection of premises and equipments. So this is the first type of ministry. I will not read it out. So just example I will give, like Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Earth Sciences, and Ministry of Jal Shakti. So these are the types of ministries falling under the category 1. Category 2, the Ministry of Railways, Ministry of Power and Communications. These are the ministries. In the template, you will get all the details, so I will not read it out. There are a lot of details in the template. And the third is the ministries like Finance and Ministry of Law and Justice. So these types of ministries are falling under the category 3. And also we have provided that what would be the contents of the ministries for preparing a plan for all the 3 categories. So these are the essential components for the ministry's DMP. So again, I will not read it out. These are like background, hazard analysis, DRR. So ending with financial planning. This is the process of preparation of any DMP. So team selection, consultations with the stakeholders, which is very important to understand the needs of the ministries and consultants, because many a times it has been noticed that ministries, think that their plans are for their building only, but many ministries have assets all across the India, and those parts of India are vulnerable to different kind of hazards. So it is very important to understand where are the assets located and what strategies we need to pursue. So then use of technology, AI, intelligence, mobile web. So all these are the part of our preparation for DMP. So these components should be included. So role of NDMA. NDMA is tasked with providing expert guidance and technical support. NDMA is also responsible for conducting reviews of the DMPs submitted. As I already mentioned, that ministries submit plans to us, and then our team review and provide comments to improvise. And the final is the NDMA approves the ministry plan after satisfying that the plan has met all the requirements and standards what has been desired. So this is the template. This is online available. So the best part is like the new template we have guided to make the plan very crisp. So there are page limits defined now because many times very lengthy plans have been observed, which is really tough to manage and handle. So there are some notes like specific sections may need to be added or modified based on the ministry unique needs. So it's not like ministry need to stick to the template, but based on the needs, plans can be modified plus minus. The DMP should be written in clear, concise language. Regularly train and educate personnel on the DMPs because that is very important thing to focus, that personnels of the DMP, personnels of the ministries and departments should be trained how to prepare DMP and what processes involved, and collaborate with relevant stakeholders. That is also important. So here I stop, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a crisp presentation with a lot of words in it, but we will all read them. But that means that you have a good template to go to ministries. And now you mentioned the word heritage appears 39 times. So we need to focus it. So our role is to guide the ministries that this is the basic structure and to make it simple. And we get advice from ASI because all monuments are not with ASI. They are with the states also and with institutions as well. So ma'am, we'll start with you. If you can in 5, 7, 8 minutes give us a brief of whatever you wish to tell us. Please welcome. You'll speak from there? Okay, please.
Namaskar. First of all, I would like to thank NDMA and UNESCO for organizing this very useful and interesting workshop. So my presentation having two parts. I will brief about the Archaeological Survey of India, and then Mr. Sundarpal will speak about the National Conservation Policy. Next. So the Archaeological Survey of India established in 1861, and now presently it's an attached office of the Ministry of Culture. And as far as the National Policy for Conservation is concerned, it was conceived in 2014, but earlier we were conserving our monument on the basis of the manuals, conservation manuals. So we have total 3698 centrally protected monuments and sites in all over India, and within we have 26 properties listed in UNESCO World Heritage List. We have 143 monuments ticketed, for which you have to pay. You have to buy tickets for the entry, and rest of the monuments are free for the public, so without any entry ticket. And we have identified 100 monuments as the Adarsh monument, and recently we have identified 5 monuments for the magnetic monument for their holistic development. And these monuments are included various type of structures, the baulis, stupas, palaces, temples, and many others. So, apart from the implementation of two acts, AMASRA and AT Act, the mandate of ASI is much larger than that. So, the management and security of monuments, structural conservation, chemical preservation, exploration and excavations, World Heritage matters, antiquities, and many other matters. So as far as the challenges are concerned, as our monument having variety, we have variety of monuments, so we have various type of challenges. So ASI protects monument and archaeological sites and remains from length and breadth of the nation, which are spread from the cold desert of Ladakh to the rainforest of the Konkan, from Great Run of Kutch to the Great Delta of Sundarban, and from the Great Thar Desert to the coastal island. And due to its pan-India presence, with more than 600 staff deployed across its 3698 monuments and sites, the nature of issues at the monument at a given time varies, and it also varies as per the challenges. Our monuments having a variety of building material also. Their setting is in different geographical diversity, climate zone, and also the cultural and structural diversity. So we have many man-made disasters, especially the pollution, rapid urbanization, and over-tourism. And these are the few examples of overcrowd or over-tourism in our monuments. These are the recent pictures of Taj and the Kesaria. This is a picture of 1st Jan. You can see our monument having a limited carrying capacity, and they are not made for the tourism. So it's very difficult for us to manage these type of situations, and our essays are successfully and with the limited sources managing these issues. So we have natural disasters or hazards also. These are the few pictures. The first one is of Yamuna flood of last year, in which you can see in backdrop you can see the Red Fort, and then the Kesaria and the Panchvatra temple at Mandi. So we are taking care of our monument with using our limited resources, and we have all for World Heritage monuments we have SMPs, we are visitor management plan and many other things we are taking care, but we are also initiating some new things like 3D digital documentation or photogrammetric documentation, drone photography for the documentation of each and every part of the monument. And these are the mock drills, and we are also taking care of training and awareness program for the preservation and better management of our monument. So the next part will be delivered by Sundarpalji.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very interesting to see the fact about over-tourism being brought in. That is a serious threat, and how that should be dealt with is another issue we shall discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manjul. Thank you, NDMA, for having us here for this workshop. You know that ASI has around 3,700 protected monuments across the nation, and from 26 World Heritage sites, we have around 143 ticketed monuments. And from this 143 ticketed monuments, around 30 monuments are such that it has a very heavy footfalls. Dr. Manjul has shown some visuals to you. on the impact of over-tourism, overcrowding, and the threat perceptions we are receiving in managing the crowd. And in this changing security scenario also, there was some terrorist threat also to the monuments. And in Red Fort earlier, we have seen one such attacks also. By the mock drill that was being done in Taj Mahal was to mitigate the threat of biological or chemical weapon warfare. And we had been doing these mock drills across every important monuments. And as we were told to have, to give a brief presentation on the conservation policy that we have in place, and Clause 15 of the National Policy for Conservation of 2014 has a detailed outlined the importance of disaster management. To start with, I think I have the slides.
It's the same presentation?
Yeah, it is the same presentation. I'll continue from that. In the beginning, inaugural address, Dr. Janvi Sharma also told that we are taking from some work in Myanmar also. And in Myanmar, there's a place called Bagan, and which Dr. Rohit Jigyashu showed in the slide that in 2014, a massive earthquake struck that place. And it has structurally disturbed around 73 monuments, which we are doing as an international project with the help of NDMA. So that is what I've seen it first-hand information myself in Bagan. So I'll touch the conservation policy because it was there in the topic. Everybody knows that ASI has its conservation policy in place since 2014, and before that we had our own manual. So the National Conservation Policy, can I shift the slides from here? This is one of the ticketing counter inundated at ASI Monument.
Where is that clicker?
Yeah, this is here now with me. Yeah, I can change it now.
Yeah, please use that.
It's ASI has its own conservation policy, National Policy for Conservation of Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remain Act in place with. It is in place in our organizational level. The conservation of monuments be value-based. The core objective is to preserve this authenticity, integrity of the heritage, utilize the traditional conservation techniques with modern advancement under the framework of Ancient Monument and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. This is one disturbing image we have recently got last year. This man, was hit by a lightning in Gujarat. Unfortunately, he could not survive. So such type of disaster can happen. This was a tourist who went to visit Rani Ki Vav. Though that monument is not a tall monument, it's a step well. But even though, anything can happen any time. So this is some disturbing visual we got. He could not survive, unfortunately. Structural conservation, in this policy, we have regular structural assessment and maintenance to ensure stability and integrity, identifying necessary conservation works and with adequate funds. We have a pair of scientific preservation, use of scientific methods that are reversible and environmental friendly, and there should be no compromise on the original materials or the historical authenticity of the structure. We have bioconservation strategies to manage vegetation growth and prevent biological decay, protect both structural and aesthetic aspects. And we also encourage community engagements involving local community in involving local community in conservation processes, foster the sense of ownership and responsibility towards the heritage sites. We also encourage sustainable tourism, which promotes practice balance, public awareness with preservation, includes managing visitor numbers, providing educational resources, and minimizing tourism-related wear and tears. Community engage is also a part, involving communities in conserving, fostering sense of ownership. And we have a few, technological integration into conservation practice. We undertake 3D documentation and damage assessment and reconstructions. And we have done that for Qutub Minar, Nalanda, Humayun's Tomb with Indian Institute of Remote Sensing, Dehradun. It is being implemented. Material analysis, we do plan for non-invasive diagnostic techniques for material integrity and assessment, use of technology for 3D scanning, a detailed documentation for restoration, plan for geographic information system for mapping and monitoring. Article Clause 15 of the National Conservation Policy outlines. These are the main headlines, outlines of that policy, which talks about disaster management of the ancient monuments and archaeological sites and remains. Emphasis on significance of having well-developed plan and mechanism for quick response and recovery with all key agencies and monument. Adequate training and capacity building of the monument in charge for developing a quick response post-disaster program and action. Disaster management plan considered as an important prerequisite of the conservation plan of a monument, which we always keep in mind. Provision for accessible and adequate facility at appropriate location for emergency management to aid and assist victims. Lastly, provisions for assessment of monuments and their structural members, material reconstruction technique, jointing, etc., to determine their behavior during and against disaster and develop effective mitigation strategies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So over to you, Dr. Rohit. Do you have any initial comments or comments to these, or you want to start a discussion?
No, it depends on the time, but I think I will cover it in my short presentation I have, so I just move there.
Please make your presentation and then we'll discuss. We have time. We have a total of about 22 minutes.
Okay, so it has been a really good overview on the template and how do you actually have disaster risk management plans. But what I'm going to talk about is how do we connect these plans for heritage sites, which is something that requires synergies at different levels. So next slide, please. Maybe I need to have the... I just want to say that, as was mentioned earlier as well, it is very important that a DRM plan is a bit clear. It needs to be very flexible because no disaster is same. And also no heritage site is same. So flexibility is really a key. And it is very important that our target is very clear in a DRM plan. The target in many cases is the site manager, managers who are really at the site dealing with day-to-day issues. Without that, our DRM plan will not be very effective. It is also, in my view, very important that we don't just list the actions, because we can say many actions, but it is more important that we actually describe the processes which are relevant for different situations and who should be responsible for following those processes, because it is not always heritage sector that is responsible. Sometimes it is those who are in the other departments or other sectors who have to cooperate or coordinate. Without that, DRM plan will not function. And also it is really necessary that the objectives, the scope and the audience and those agencies who are responsible are mentioned in a DRM plan. So I will move to very important element which is essential to be referred to in a DRM plan, which is the significance of the site, because it is always those values that are there at the site which are at risk. So without defining what are those significance and the values of the site and what kind of threats are there to the significance, because this is something which makes a DRM plan for heritage different than DRM plans for other sectors, is that here we have to define it according to the significance and values of the site and how different hazards are going to have different impacts on those values. It is also essential that not only we talk about what needs to be done, but the tools, techniques and implementation strategies for all the aspects of DRM plan, whether it is prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery, and very importantly, maintenance and monitoring, because a lot of risks reduction can happen in day-to-day maintenance and monitoring, and that is even more cost effective. So sometimes we try to situate DRM plan as a separate standalone plan, but what is important is that the maintenance and monitoring systems really define what risks can be reduced through regular steps, let's say cleaning the drainage channels where water can really accumulate and cause floods. So, and an important point that I also mentioned it, we always think of DRM plan as a report, and I think this was also articulated in the beginning. We don't want a big fat report, and I was very happy to learn that now the number of pages have been defined, because sometimes we prepare such huge document and in disaster situation, we will not even know which page number to go to and what to look for. So to have something much more crisp, something much more operational and easy to refer to, and very importantly in local language, which is again a huge issue because we may write it in English, but most people who are there at the site will not be able to really refer to it. So we need to really look at that, and it can take many forms. It can take form of a poster or a brochure. So I think it's important to think of a bit more wider scope. We all know about this DRM cycle. This is not new. It has been talked about, but I'm just referring to it only to say that all these different aspects that we do as part of disaster risk management plan, whether before, during or after, are not separated into different phases, but are very much interconnected phases. So whatever different things we define in a DRM plan will all have to be interconnected. So I just want to show in my last slides something which is very critical. I told in the beginning as well that we are always between two earthquakes. So whenever we think of a DRM cycle, I think it's a very famous diagram which is really telling that it is very important to invest in prevention and mitigation, because that way you will reduce risk to the next hazard. So it's important that we don't think of it as a close-ended thing, but as something that can continuously be upgraded. So I just want to conclude by saying this is very key to a successful DRM plan, that a DRM plan for heritage site has to very much connect with the management plan for that site and also the disaster risk management system that are existing in the regional or the city level or the rural level. Because often we make a disaster risk management plan, but if it is not connected to your day-to-day management plan and to the larger disaster management plan of the region, it doesn't really affect. And then how do we really look at all these different steps and see how they can really connect to these interconnected, the DRM plan is not standalone. That's the point that I want to really emphasize. And I want to show how it can be achieved by just saying, for example, when we talk about risk assessment, in a disaster risk management plan, we may talk about an integrated risk assessment of heritage site, to prioritize risk reduction strategies. Now, this cannot be done if it does not connect with the hazard risk analysis, where the nature of hazards affecting the region and the location of vulnerable areas and risk analysis and mapping is not done. When that is done, you can actually plot your heritage site on it, and it makes sense. Also, at the management level, as I mentioned earlier, the identification of values and status of protection, the boundaries, is very important for us to really govern our plan. So that is just one to show you how these different steps can be connected. When we talk about mitigation planning for a heritage site, we talk about all the aspects related to technology or strategies or techniques, but it is then very important that they connect to the DRM guidelines and bylaws and planning strategies which are really developed. And there are many NDMA guidelines which are actually not for heritage sector, but they are very much applicable when you talk about disaster risk management for heritage sector. So you see that at multiple levels you need to have that convergence. For the management system of a heritage site, we always have the land use plan or a transportation plan or an infrastructure plan. Now, it is again important that those plans which are there for the management of the site are having a link with your mitigation plan, because some of the risks may be reduced by having good land use plan around the site. Maybe your land use plan is creating some risks, so if you don't address it at that level, probably the risks cannot be reduced. And I don't want to detail out, but I just want to emphasize again and again how important it is to have this interconnection happening at multiple levels. We talk about checklist for maintenance of equipment in a DRM plan. But again, that equipment will have to be again introduced in terms of linking to the site maintenance and monitoring plan, which are essential features of any heritage management plan. So rather than having a separate checklist that can be part of the site maintenance and monitoring plan that exists. So another important point is that for a DRM plan, we cannot hire a new staff. Already the staff, you have a very limited availability of staff. So how can one delegate additional responsibilities to the staff to deal with disaster risk management issues, not really thinking of a separate staff dealing with the disaster risk management? Again, you see how the staffing can be upgraded to include some of the skill sets that are necessary. So I just want to conclude by saying that these interlinkages are also very important at the emergency planning level, where many of the emergency preparedness procedures for heritage site will have to be connected to the larger protocols or SOPs of emergency response that are existing at the site level. So when we are developing DRM plans, we are always advocating how to really understand, first of all, what is existing at the disaster management system level, and then try to see how our emergency response within our heritage site can be connected to that larger protocol or SOP that is there. And I also would say that this is also equally applicable for the recovery plan, where we have to again think that when larger recovery happens, how heritage sector can be integrated. And Krishna ji already spoke about this issue, that we cannot see them separate. This has to be kind of part of the process of overall recovery. So I just want to conclude here. Even documentation and inventory system, which is very important for a heritage site. We all have a documentation system, and that documentation system has to be available and applicable for doing damage assessment and recovery process, because without connecting that, again, we will not be able to make an effective DRM plan. So I just conclude here and happy to take the discussion forward.
Thank you so much. So I'll start with Manjul ma'am, and you had mentioned that there are so many diversities in all the top button. There's so many, the 4 kinds of diversities: cultural, geographic, kind of materials, from Ladakh to Kanyakumari and all our regions. So, and Dr. Rohit mentioned that every site is unique. Then he mentioned the role of the site manager. So in your 3698 sites, are you comfortable that your site manager is aware how to do disaster risk reduction on a daily basis of monitoring and evaluating?
Yes, we have our disaster management in each of, yes, you are correct that each site has its own characteristics. And we have to manage that site for these boundaries. The 5 things that I have mentioned, it's a broad thing, but like that I have mentioned about the climate. So Ladakh, but within Ladakh, there are many monuments of their own characteristics. Like that, they have the mud and stone architecture, but some are the stone architecture. So within a monument, we have different type of planning for the identity of that monument. And we have our field officers. They face and they manage each monument. So I think it's better that one or two of our site manager or our field officer elaborate this.
They are here?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so 1 second. So just sort out the things you wish to say. After speaking to Mr. Paul, I will come back to you. And how many of you would be able to add to this discussion? All of you.
All.
Okay,
Yes.
so just we'll just come.
Sorry, I interrupt. They are working in various monuments and various zones.
Okay.
So one is from Calcutta, and other is from Delhi and the south. So
Okay, so do we have the mic, please? Udhar mic dijiye us table pe. So we can start with the gentleman who's rubbing his hands. If you can quickly introduce yourself and then tell us that as a person in charge of a site, how do you see disaster risk reduction as of today?
Good afternoon to all. My name is Dr. Rajendra Yadav. I am SA Superintending Archaeologist, Calcutta. Before Calcutta, I was served 3.5 years, about 4 years in Mumbai, and I've just addressed this kind of, because one point was very highlighted, physical planning, especially. So the value-added additions we have to plan, as my esteemed colleague and senior is talking about what we have to do, how we are addressing. So I can just cite one example for Janjira. This is an island fort of belong to Shivaji Maharaj, and this fort is having heavy crowd during the weekends, especially the New Year, 25th December. So the thousands of people are going into it with the help of small boats. So while the MMB, Maharashtra Maritime Board, as a state government, is planning to put a jetty construction, making a jetty in front of the fort. So during, as a stakeholder, as a site manager, we understand our site better than others. So I have the long conflict with the state government. I was not along with I have apprised to my Director General. My senior colleague, Dr. Lakshmi is here. She was Director Monument at the moment. So I spoke to her, try to convince to my DG, because I'm in SA, I'm in field. The meeting should be concluded without my consultation. They should not be clear, because I have some inputs I have to add in this planning. Because MMB have sanctioned 250 crores rupees to make a jetty and just to facilitate the visitors. But they are destroying the fabric of the structure, especially the fort. So finally, he was a senior IS, who's the MMB chairman. Then finally, he was a little bit annoyed. And then finally, when in last meeting, DG have suggested if the SA is pointing out some issues, I request have to visit the site, see the fort from his angle, then you come to me, and then definitely we will take a decision for going to make a jetty.
Thank you. So this fort that you are mentioning,
yeah,
does it have a written disaster management plan?
Yeah, because when I was there was no plan, but after leaving, there was a site management plan was prepared by the SI. It was in process. Okay. And state government have taken initiative for the plan. Okay. My point is that because we don't have any holding area. So during Shivaji Maharaj, there was one backside then with a berthing place where the boats are anchoring. So I have suggested, indeed it is opposite of the main sea, facing to main sea, but that is the area where we can accommodate 200, 300 visitors at one time, because there is a fort. But the MMB was not trying to understand what is happening there. Then finally, they have all the team, MMB team have visited, inspected, and the project was approved.
So what is the plan if suppose there is a rise in water level by about 5 to 7 meters.
So
what is the plan to protect the fort?
Actually, MMB is issuing the daily basis alert. So all the ASI, but I was linked with the, still I have linked with the MMB site. So every day I'm getting the message in my WhatsApp group. If anything happened, immediately I call to my seniors staff, field staff, stop it. Because I'm sitting in Mumbai, I cannot see every time the Janjira. But my field staff immediately issue the instruction to the field staff, ki don't enter in the fort because daily basis the small boats are plied for carrying the visitors as well as the ASI staff. So likewise, we are managing, and then now finally the project was approved, and now it is under commissioning.
Thank you. That was an excellent intervention. If there are any more specific examples of sites that ASI looks at from the ASI tables, we would be very happy to hear that. And Lakshmi ma'am, if I got your name right, would you like to add something? Since you're the boss, ma'am, so you must tell us about his ACR also.
I'm Sri Lakshmi, Regional Director, Western Region. So, actually, I wanted to emphasize, actually, all of the sites which are protected by ASI, means not all the sites are having this management plans. Only few very important and maybe visited by many people, so they only have this plans. So I emphasize on thorough documentation of the entire cultural property, because this should be a part of preparedness, because if anything happens, then again we had to rebuild. So before we do so, the integrity of the monument need to be taken into consideration. So that I think we are including in our site management plans wherever we have already prepared. But this needs to be taken care of with the other sites and monuments as well. And I really take this opportunity to request NDMA, if they have already identified some of the risk zones, so let them share those regional information, so that because we do have certain examples of earthquakes, floods and all those things, but we do not know whether it is prone to the landslides and other things. So the many other factors. So we just want to have those information so that we will include those information in our management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That is an excellent point you have raised. So on the way forward, that is why we are having this workshop. Please be seated, ma'am. So the thing is that in NDMA, we have experts on every subject. So we have an earthquakes expert, she's sitting on the table behind you. Then there's a water expert, he's also sitting on that table. Then there's a heritage expert, there's all kinds of experts we have. Now all these heads can come together if we give them a problem. So they will give us the mapping of an area, they'll give us the GIS, look, all that gizmos that all of you do as scientists, they will be able to do it. But we need to get that site manager possibly involved. So if the site managers of, say if you have 3, 6, 9, 8 sites, suppose you have top 30 are your most important. Then you have 143 that are ticketed. So if 143 have plans, fine. Let's start at the next level. If 143 don't, then let's start at the 143. The 30, maybe 30 have, so 113 जो बचती हैं, उनको आप select कर लीजिए. और हमारे जो points person है, शालिनी है, if somebody can just message her that this site we need to prepare a plan. So she will get all our experts together and they will tell you कि ये GLOF oriented इसकी risk है या इसकी risk earthquake की है और है तो किस level की है. And we'll help you design one. He's our guy who, despite what Dr. Rohit said that we should sack people who do only DM plans, we will still retain him because then there are there'll be nobody to tell us how to make a plan, but he will be there to tell us how to actually make the plan. And he is oath-bound to make it simple and sharp, just like Dr. Rohit mentioned. It has to be simple. So we will try to do that. So that's where we are. Please use us. And you're free to just make a phone call or send an email. Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to highlight that thank you for this discussion and also for leading it so well. Also, thank you for your presentations, Dr. Manjul and Abhinavji and Sundarpal. I just wanted to say that for the form that I mentioned, the vulnerability capacity assessment form, just filling it out, you would be able to understand if the certain amount of, building materials or construction type is more vulnerable to fire, to flooding, to, risk, because in that, each one has there's a sensitivity of the heritage site, its nature, the materials, and also exposure that you would have to the hazard. So in that form, we ask if you have a river nearby, or if you have a petrol station, gas station nearby, any kind of other factory nearby which could bring hazard to your site. So that I think it would be a very useful thing, sir, that maybe we can share with you.
That's
also.
An excellent idea. And in fact, Shalini, if we can during lunchtime get a list off the top of their heads, maybe 10 heritage site lists which need a plan, and then we can use the Insight tool and see how that works. Start with it, and then we can take it forward. Should be a good kind of homework we can get out of this workshop. We'll go to Dr. Sundarpal now. So I have a very strange question, which is slightly possibly out of the structure here, is that 3698 sites ASI has taken, but there must be 33698 sites which ASI has not taken, which are under the command of the state governments or privately held, as Dr. Vatsa said in the beginning. So what about those?
Yeah, apart from own protected monument, there are numbers of unprotected monuments also, and many are with state government, some are not protected, some are privately owned. So earlier in the discussion also, houses are also a part of heritage. So these structures are there, the state government, everybody, after 2005 Act, I think state agencies are also active, but we are now mainly concerned about our own sites. And we also take conservation and other works on some unprotected and important monuments. Like after disaster, we have taken up the work of conservation and restoration of Kedarnath temple. That is not a protected site of ASI. So likewise, we take care of whatever important sites that needs to be restored after a disaster. That we are in. And
so is there an inventory available of the non-protected sites with anybody? 3698 to ASI has. Who has that of the others?
I think there are listings, lots of listings available with other agencies also. State governments also has it. I think INTAC also have prepared the list of,
INTAC.
INTAC has a list of.
Do we have representation from INTAC here? Yes, could you please comment on that? Listing. Would you like to comment on that? Do you have a list of an inventory of heritage sites which are not protected by ASI?
Yes, sir. At INTAC, we have different chapters working at the different cities, and at those city levels, we have the inventory district-wise also and state-wise also. So there is a comprehensive list of unprotected monuments all over India that is done by the INTAC.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So are there any questions the ASI team? Okay, yes, you have a question. Either mic, please.
Yeah, myself, Ram Satish. I'm from Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Roorkee. So I would like to put forward a few observations and connecting the dots of what other speakers have spoken today. So especially when Dr. Jigyasu have talked about, when we talk about these buffer zones and there are complexities with the typology of monuments, whether it is a subterranean architecture, whether it is a simple level of a coast minar or it is a cultural landscape. So obviously, I mean, from a research position, we would like to see that right now ASI and NMA, they are doing a Hercules effort of preparing the bylaws and obviously buffer zone management plans. They are in the process of working on it. So isn't not important to integrate certain disaster DMP aspects into this particular process? That is one. And sometimes it becomes challenging when we actually have to integrate the DRR and climate change adaptations. In certain cases, especially, the cause is seen in some other political boundary, sometimes even in Nepal or something, but you will see the impact in this side of the political boundary. It is beyond our administrative boundaries. These are some challenges which we encounter. And another aspect is, especially for the living heritage sites, what we normally encounter whenever we do some projects with the heritage-related projects, who will be the right authority to approve any buffer zone management plans? Is it the stakeholders who are using it? Because what is the role of ASI here? Especially in many cases, they have a limited role in the living heritage sites. So even administration also lacks some clarity on who have to approve these buffer zone management plans. So if you can give some view on this.
Thank you. Yes, you also have something to say? Yeah.
स्टेट आर्कियोलॉजी उत्तराखंड से सर, में जो प्राकृतिक आपदा है, प्राकृतिक आपदा की मानवीय आपदा भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि इसमें मानवीय आपदा में जिस स्टेट आर्कियोलॉजी उत्तराखंड में हम देखते हैं तो वहाँ पर विशेषकर जो हमारी जो धार्मिक आस्था है, पेड़ पौधे इतने हैं कि आधे हमारे जो स्ट्रक्चर जो मंदिर हैं, चाहे किले हैं, सब आधे बर्बाद हुए हैं, चाहे हमारे स्टेट आर्कियोलॉजी के हों चाहे सेंट्रल आर्कियोलॉजी के हों। उदाहरण के लिए मैं अगर अपना देता हूं तो हमारे एक नवदेवल मंदिर समूह है, पूरे पेड़ों की, जैसे बांस के पेड़ों की जो 5-5, 6-6 मीटर मोटे हैं। और उसी प्रकार से सेंट्रल आर्कियोलॉजी का देखता हूं, बालेश्वर मंदिर है जहां 4-4, 5-5 मीटर जो टुन का पेड़ था उसकी वजह से आधे डैमेज हुए। तो इस प्रकार से मानवीय आपदा भी हमें जो हमारी जो धार्मिक आस्था है वो भी हमें इसमें जोड़ना पड़ेगा कि जो धार्मिक आस्था है, इससे पेड़ पौधे जो मंदिरों के आसपास जो हो रहे हैं कि मंदिर परिसर के अंदर तो नहीं होने चाहिए, बाहर होनी चाहिए। हम लोगों को जागरूक करते रहते हैं, लेकिन इसमें ये भी आना चाहिए कि ताकि हमारे जो छोटे छोटे समूह हैं, जो क्लस्टर हैं, उनमें भी हमें इनको जोड़ना पड़ेगा। शायद ये तभी संभव भी हो सकता है।
बहुत सही कहा आपने, क्योंकि अगर कम्युनिटी को, जिसके बारे में डॉक्टर वत्सा ने शुरू किया था, अगर कम्युनिटी को नहीं इन्वॉल्व करेंगे और अगर अपने एनवायरनमेंट को नहीं इन्वॉल्व करेंगे तो वो एक अच्छा डिसीजन नहीं ले पाएंगे, अच्छी प्लान नहीं बन पाएंगी। थैंक यू फॉर दैट। सो डॉक्टर रोहित, वुड यू लाइक टू कम इन हियर एंड पॉसिबली समराइज योर असेसमेंट ऑफ आवर डिस्कशन एंड विच वे वी शुड गो?
Thank you very much. No, I think the key points are very clear. I mean, it is clear that we need to really see how our actions are more implementable rather than just in paper. I think it's essential that we work with coordination across different institutions and jurisdictions. We engage communities, as has been mentioned, but also other stakeholders in the DRM process. Planning and implementation process, and I would add in the monitoring and review process as well. And lastly, I think another very important point that came in was the importance of documentation, which I think is very key. Without a good documentation, we cannot, it is our reference point for doing anything, for planning, for review process, and for even damage assessment process. So documentation, a good documentation process is essentially the key, has to be really a baseline for us to prepare a DRM plan. So I mean, these very important points came forward and are a good. And I just want to add that we need to have more examples which are site-based to be used as references, because many times when one wants to develop something, one wants to look for different, as you are also mentioned, different typologies of sites. I mean, there could be cultural landscapes, or there could be historic cities, or urban areas or archaeological sites, they are all very different in character. So we need to have some specific tailored DRM plans for these different typologies of sites.
Thank you. So just to go back to your original presentation in which you had shown us the Notre Dame Cathedral, so did they have a disaster management plan?
That's a very good question. They had a very good disaster risk management plan, but the problem was they had not created scenarios of restoration work going on and what disasters will be created in that specific situation. Their DRM plans was looking at normal day-to-day management. So it is very essential that DRM plan is based on specific or different types of scenarios, which, for example, sometimes we have a planning done for daytime, but at night time or during festival time, situation will be very different in a heritage site. So our scenarios, or during different seasons or different, so one has to really consider scenario-based planning, and that would make sure that Notre Dame kind of disasters don't happen.
Thank you. So for the last point, I'd like to go to Aparna ma'am. So Aparna ma'am has worked in Kashmir for some time in your time before you worked in Rome. So in that, there were a lot of fires in the Khanqahs in Kashmir, somewhere around 2011 and 12. So could you be able to tell us, were they protected monuments? Were they protected by state? If so, what went wrong in your assessment? Idhar mic de dijiye ma'am.
Well, many of them are not protected monuments. They're not even listed. I think the listing has happened afterwards. And I think the main problem has been that there are accidental fires, electric short circuiting and all, but many of them, as Rohit said, have also occurred during repairs where embers, when you're using the paint torches, and embers stay in there, and the situation in Kashmir has always been, workers have to leave early, overnight there is no management, and then there are other issues that have made these, so there are a lot of problems, and these were not listed sites or not even protected. Some of them had state protection, but very inadequate. So we must say that, as Rohit has also pointed out, I think scenario-based disaster risk management is very important. And then these scenarios have to be coordinated, but then also on site-specific level, we need to do risk assessments, which are very important, which also look into day-to-day management practices and also the wider context when, wider political situation may not be in favor, and so
thank you.
I hope I have listed the...
Any last comments from the ASI team? Okay. Yes, please.
Hello, sir. I'm Kush from Haryana State Archaeology. Like you asked, the state archaeology also has its own list of protected monuments and unprotected within our state boundaries, and we do always try to augment our monuments now and then. Sir, coming to your Notre Dame thing, actually a really interesting thing that happened in Notre Dame, like he's mentioned, they were not ready for certain things, but there is this video game called Assassin's Creed, and the Ubisoft actually gave them plans that the game had used to recreate the whole simulation, which helped them to recreate those Notre Dame parts which were burnt.
Excellent, thank you. So private sector is helping. So in a nutshell, what we've discussed is that you need an inventory. You might already have one, but you should know where it is. Then your documentation has to be done, and it is to be done fast. Then you have total diversity all over the place. So you must do your documentation keeping that in mind. You must build all your capacities. You means all of us together. And I think the big sum total story that I learned from this is that we should go case by case and we should be coordinated, which means NDMA is happy to coordinate. Then at a certain times we'll find ASI has more expertise, so we will give it to them to coordinate. So we have to just start talking. That is one big sum total thing I'm getting out of this entire discussion. And thank you so much for your participation, ma'am, for Mr. Paul and Dr. Rohit and Abhinav for being very assiduous. And poor man has to go to the petroleum ministry, chemical ministry, X ministry, Y ministry. So he's, at times we call him a very confused guy, but generally he's a good chap. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening and thank you for participating.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like the chair of the second session, Mr. Rizvi. Rizvi, sir, would you like to do the honors of presenting a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speakers, Dr. Arvind Manjul and Sundar Paul of ASI? Mr. Sundar Paul. And one to Mr. Abhinav Ahluwalia of NDMA. I would request all the speakers and sir to take a group photograph, please. Thank you, everyone. It's now time for a lunch break. Let's take a short recess and get recharged. We will assemble again sharp at 2:15 as it is already 1:15 for our next session. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Participants present here, if your colleagues or your friends are outside, if you can please ask them to come and assemble here. So let's begin. Welcome back, everyone. We now move on to our third session, that is Emergency Response Protocols for CHS. This critical session will delve into the essential protocols for responding to emergencies at cultural heritage sites. Please welcome Colonel K.P. Singh, Advisor, National Disaster Management Authority, who will chair this crucial session on this emergency response protocols for CHS. Welcome, sir. The speakers of this session are Senior Commandant Dilip Kumar, Ms. Aparna Tandon, and Dr. Rohit Jigyasu from ICCROM. Commandant Dilip Kumar, who is presently serving in DMRC Delhi, he have served in NDRF and was posted all around the country, namely NHPC plant in Kashmir Valley, power plant in Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, and seaport in Karnataka, mentioning a few. He has also been serving in CISF since the last 20 years. We welcome you, sir. Now I would like the chair, Colonel K.P. Singh, sir, to start the session.
Shall we wait for another speaker to come, or we start? So the topic in front of us is emergency response protocols for cultural heritage sites. In previous two sessions, as I see the program, understanding risks to cultural heritage sites and disaster preparedness, creating comprehensive disaster management plans has already been discussed. So it is just appropriate that we take on the emergency response protocols for cultural heritage sites. Better integration of CHS into larger framework for disaster risk management is essential. Towards this, we have three speakers. We have Speaker Commandant Dilip from CISF. He will touch upon emergency response, especially focused on fire and conflict. We have another speaker yet to join us on first aid for cultural heritage in the framework for DRM. And we have emergency response to earthquake, a Nepal case study, which is also included here. My request to speakers will be that keep your talk or presentations short for 10 minutes. That's how we finish it in 30 minutes, and thereafter we have 15 minutes of question and answer session. So I'll invite first speaker.
Thank you, sir. I will start from there, sir. From stand. Can I have my presentation over here? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dilip, Senior Command CISF. I am presently posted in DMRC, Delhi. First session after lunch is always the toughest session, I will say, because people haven't come out of inertia induced by sumptuous lunch. But it is always a pleasure to speak to a keen audience. I have been here since today morning and listened to many speakers, many learned people. I have made a few slide presentations, but before giving that slide presentation, I will say that disaster management is an evolving subject. Since last 15-20 years, NDMA is doing a commendable job, and organization of this workshop shows that we are on the right path. But disaster in any scenario, it is kind of a Damocles sword. In security, we say that security is everyone's business. It is not that only security personnel have to perform security duties. As a citizen, you have to do your own duty. So disaster is like that only. And it is a kind of Damocles sword which is hanging over all our head. To explain Damocles sword, I must say that there was a king, Dionysius II. One of his minions, flatterers, Damocles one day said him that you are king, you don't have any responsibility, your life is very good. So what Dionysius did, that he put Damocles on a golden couch and hung a razor-sharp sword over his head. And that was just by thread. So when Damocles was eating something, that sword was hanging over his head. So disaster is like that only. It is all hanging over our head. And like one of our earlier speaker, Dr. Rohit had said, that we are always between two earthquakes. So before starting my presentation, it was just a kind of introduction, and I will now go through my presentation. Can I have the buttons here? See, it's not working. Not working. Yeah. First slide is it is just an introduction that frequency of disaster and their consequent impact on our lives. It has increased rapidly, and basically disaster can damage the outstanding universal value of our sites. We are talking about cultural heritage sites only. Then I will just go through the vulnerability profile of our cultural heritage sites. Our sites are basically prone to two kinds of disaster, natural and man-made. I will mainly explore the man-made disasters related to fire and conflict situations kind of thing. Identification of a hazard to a particular cultural heritage site is a very important thing. Regarding fire, I will just say a few basic things. We have to deal about two kinds of fire. First one is wildfire, and second is urban kind of fire, urban fire. In wildfire, there are various other strategies, and for smaller monuments, cultural heritage sites, we can have a smaller fire suppressing strategy, and we just need to keep in mind that whenever fire triangle gets completed, a fire occurs, maybe due to various reasons, oxygen, heat, and fuel, and there are four basic methods cooling, starving, smothering, and breaking the chain reaction, which we have to do in fire technology. The key issues which I will discuss in disaster management heritage sites can be termed as, first will be risk assessment, that like I had told, that what kind of risk is peculiar to a particular site. In our earlier presentation, we had seen that stampede. Stampede is a very real kind of situation. Everywhere it is a real kind of situation. And another are like earthquake and natural disasters. You have to take precautions, but you cannot prevent them. And the stampede, fire, these are the things where you can take precautions and save lives. For this risk assessment, what we have to do is that we have to audit the security of the system. Two kinds of things. First one is fire, and second one is for conflict kind of situations, that you have to take additional some measures for this purpose. Second thing I will deal with is risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is that how to reduce vulnerability. There are many kinds of hazards that can be prevented. But if you identify the vulnerabilities, then you can prevent the hazards. For risk mitigation, we have to do elimination or prevention of the hazard, and a clear security and visitor management plan also needs to be in place to deal with these issues. We have to have monitoring and early warning kind of systems, like for fire threat, you need, it happens mainly in summer, and you have to switch off ignition points which can trigger fire. Then you have to monitor you have to monitor users, you have to use technology for this. It is same with meteorological monitoring, like flood, tsunami kind of situation. Then you have to monitor localized parameters such as moisture, heat, etc. Then next come the emergency response procedures, and there are 4 things. First one is rapid assessment, second one is emergency evacuation, third one is damage control, and fourth one is artifact recovery and protection. All these steps you have to take in a series. And then planning for emergency response is also necessary. We have to create an emergency team that will include the management administrator, staff of the site and precinct as well. Then you have to identify evacuation routes, spaces that may act as a temporary refuge areas. If a disaster has occurred, what will happen? You have to do that. Basic components of evacuation plan I will discuss. That first thing is that adequate training. If you have to evacuate in case of a disaster, you have to have adequate training for all your staff. You have to identify evacuation routes. And evacuation also needs to be coordinated with local emergency responders, such as fire station and local police, so that in actual emergency, you follow the procedure. You have to have an SOP, a standard operating procedure for this purpose. These are also the basic component. Evacuation pathway you have to give the exit sign. And normally it has been seen that if you don't conduct mock drills, if you don't conduct training, then people will not be aware, suppose in a big heritage monument, people will not be aware that where they have to go in case of emergency. Fire exits, fire staircases, fire observation towers if they are available, evacuation maps, assembly refugee points, they need to be there. Then within the heritage site, you have to have a fire suppression kind of system. These are active and inactive fire suppression kind of thing, where you will have fire extinguisher, various type of, you have to deal with various kind of fire, like there are oil fire, there are wooden fire, there are metal fire. You have to have an appropriate strategy for these things. Then public address system is very important, because in cultural heritage sites, normally you have a large open space in front of those sites, if it is available. If it is not situated within an urban area, even if it is situated within a congested locality, then public address system can play a bigger role in empowering people. Security systems you can enhance, basic physical barriers you can enhance. You can have state-of-the-art system gadgets, but it depends upon the size of the site, location and type of CHS, subject to the value of CHS and budgetary consideration. Budgetary consideration is also a big thing. Then response mechanism can be summed up in this slide, that firstly information is received, thereafter you activate mobilize manpower, train manpower. Then you arrive at the site, do the briefing. Then you establish an incident command post. Then you conduct search and rescue operation. And then you demobilize. So it is a kind of circle, and every disaster you have to follow this process. I will discuss some role and responsibilities of emergency response teams. The primary concern will be to provide relief from suffering and distress to the persons affected by emergencies. We need a team of trained technical specialists. These trained specialists will work as incident commander at that particular location. For this purpose, the role of response agencies come. In our case, central government has NDRF, which normally basic function of it is to act and train manpower for dealing with these disasters. But NDRF cannot act alone. As a society, as a user, those cultural heritage site managers, they have to work with NDRF. They have to learn these things and practice these things. Then there is post-disaster recovery and rehabilitations. We have got a principle of build back better. Means the thing which were earlier, we will try to make it more better. But it is a very abstract concept that by building better, it doesn't mean that you destroy the heritage. There has to be a combination of things. There has to be scientific knowledge needs to be applied. All communities have to sit together and do this thing. Then many cultural heritage sites, they also hold strong cultural and socio-economic associations. Like in earlier sessions, we were talking about Notre Dame. Fire occurred in 2019 and it got opened in 2024. So within 5 years, they did, and I think present structure is now even better than earlier structures. So you have to take that into planning also. Then if we talk about technologies in emergency response, these are drones, you can survey those things. Then artificial intelligence and satellite imaging can be utilized in many ways. Then real-time communication platforms are very important, because what happens in case of disaster, the first casualty is communication, that you are not able to communicate. Your normal telephone lines, mobile towers don't work. So you have to have an alternative strategy for this purpose. Community engagement is one of the most important things, that you have to have public awareness, you have to have volunteers, because first responder will always be the persons who is nearer to the disaster site. So you have to have volunteers within the community. Then tourist awareness also. Like today morning we were watching that there was a stampede kind of situation at many of ASI sites. So we need to have a plan. We need to train tourists also that what to do in an emergency. In fact, these need to be included in our school curriculum also, college curriculum also, so that society is made aware about these things. So this was from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Commandant Dilip. That was really a good presentation. Now I'll request the next speaker. Any questions related to this, we'll take at the end of it. Next speaker, Mr. Panna Tandon, First Aid for Cultural Heritage in the framework of TRA.
Thank you. I would like to thank the previous speaker for giving me an excellent start. I would like to have my slides, please. Okay. So I just would like to start with something that happened in 2010 in Haiti, where I cut my teeth on such a large-scale disaster like emergency management. And so imagine that an earthquake hits your city, everything is shut down. Most of the heritage sites that you know are damaged, affected, and people are dead all over the street, and you can't get anywhere. Now, compare this with what also Rohit showed, Notre Dame, where you have a World Heritage Site, very important one, where tourists have been evacuated, and firefighters have rescued all major artifacts. The fire is spreading toxic lead particles, and the focus of the emergency managers are also not only to protect the structure, the historic structure, which is the landmark in the city, but also to contain the level of emergency, because toxic lead particles in air and smoke in the air in the heart of a city can be devastating and can cause secondary risks. In both these cases, in both these emergencies, the scale was very different. And in one case, the local capacities were completely annihilated, that is the case of Haiti. And in case of Paris, of course, the firefighters had to bring in extra forces, and people were evacuated, and of course it got the world media. But I would say that it was still an emergency that was a level of emergency, and I'm sure my colleague from CISF will agree that every country has a level of emergencies, and NDMA itself, with its the disaster law, the disaster is declared at a certain level. So when we speak with cultural heritage professionals, they often mistake disaster with, catastrophic, like burning of the Manav Sangrahalaya Museum in Delhi was a catastrophic risk. For the museum itself, it was complete annihilation, but it did not really, it did impact us, but it was not a disaster per se, whereas the one that occurred in Haiti was a disaster. But both these risks require certain capabilities. And at the moment, the first moment when the fire is on, or when there is an earthquake and other fires go off, secondary risks come into play, search and rescue begins, and the focus of the emergency managers is on taking out the hazard, or controlling the hazard, or containing the emergency. At that moment, detection, alarm, and notification. What is happening at heritage sites? That is very important to reflect on. Our studies show that, and I don't know if this is the case with ASI, I don't know when there was localized flooding in Taj or somewhere else, how soon the notification was given, and to whom? Who got notified? People on the ground? Did they take action? Were they authorized to take action? And then who called in extra forces, people, emergency responders who are trained to deal with the hazard, to put out the fire? Because that is, I think, something very important to reflect on. So that part within the heritage sector is very weak. Second, once the fire is out, we need to manage the consequences. We need to address the damage. And this is what we call as first aid to cultural heritage, that immediate steps that you can take to contain the level of emergency, to stabilize damaged heritage, to document also damaged heritage, to stabilize it, and to reduce the vulnerabilities and address secondary risks. It's very important to have a risk-based approach. And within the heritage sector, we had this missing. This was a gap in our understanding, and Haiti and the second war in Iraq and many other countries where we had to work, where these countries were not, they did not have disaster risk management plans. They had very little resources. When you have very little resources, can you act then? And if you have to act, how will you act? So this code that ICCROM has field tested and developed through 16 complex emergency situations is not hazard specific. This is after the hazard, what you have to do with heritage, and it begins, its planning begins in the emergency preparedness phase, and it kicks in during emergency response and early recovery, what humanitarians call as emergency response and early recovery. We have tried very carefully to also work on the timeline, because I can tell you that in Haiti, the response to contain damage to heritage took 6 months, because that was the local capacity. In Nimrud, after the liberation of Mosul and all, it took 6-7 months to put foot on the ground because sites were heavily mined. In a disaster like Nepal, the international aid went after 1 month, but the local people who came forward to rescue their heritage was within days and sometimes within hours. Why such differences? It all depends on the way heritage is managed and the way heritage is made accessible to people. If you have gated properties and very little invested in preparedness and response for heritage as a sector, I'm not talking about NDMAs. We do need to coordinate with them, but we cannot become a resource-consuming sector. The other reality with which we must operate is that culture is not included in the international humanitarian aid framework. What you have before you is the international cluster system. So when I am working at the ICCROM level, I have to really look at this to see the international UN system does not address heritage in any way. There is a cluster on food, there is a cluster on shelter, but there is no cluster on culture. So we are like gender, everywhere but nowhere. Now, so that means we are very much dependent on how aid is given locally and through the National Emergency Management System. And even more than that, the window of opportunity for us is through the Sendai framework and through local governments, through municipalities, because that's what we can penetrate. As heritage people, we can approach local governments and start building our relationships with them. One of the countries that really has an exemplary system where in the National Emergency Management System you have cultural heritage, it is Italy. I have it before you, the emergency management chart. So in the Council of Ministers, which decides the level of emergency in Italy, which is called DICOMAC, you have cultural heritage and there is somebody with a seat on the table that speaks about cultural heritage. What do we have in parallel for India? That's my question to NDMA. Very quickly, so to counter this, we have developed, because when we go to NDMAs or when we go to national emergency management authorities or civil protections, they ask us, do you have a code of conduct? Do you have standard operating procedures? And the answer is yes. In 2010, ICCROM developed such a procedure, which is now basis of an ISO standard, and it has been translated in more than 16 languages. As I speak, 20 languages, and most recent ones are Lithuania, Latvia, Swedish. They are turning this, and this is the FAQ handbook and toolkit, which is easy to download, accessible. You can develop standardized, and you can adapt these to any emergency context, because basically these are the steps that you have to follow. We have also tried to give some principles to this work, because working in emergency means not only protecting the Mona Lisas, it means protecting what matters to people. People might be more worried about saving their public spaces, like what we saw in Nepal. People wanted to save their Vithi, where they all sat and read newspapers. So, and they came forward to save that. So also we have to understand which cultural heritage is vital to recovery and resilience. And yes, Mona Lisa is important, but we need to find that out community by community, hence the tool that I showed you, Insight.
Madam, you'll have to close in a minute.
Yes, very quickly. I will just give you the steps. So the first step is situation analysis. That is like when we are off the site, we have to do step-by-step assessment of which heritage is damaged and where. And it can be done at multiple levels. This can be done with technology. We can really use the tools of emergency management authorities like maps and all. I have lots of slides, but we also have tools to carry out this. And second is the damage and risk assessment, which is on-site and which helps governments to calculate the cost of the disaster where heritage is concerned. And the step 3 is stabilization. And again, all these steps require coordination, prior coordination with the emergency management authorities. And that's why it is so important to understand who's your local resident emergency coordinator and understanding the national emergency management system. Because if you are going to work in a region-wide disaster to save cultural heritage, you need to know all this. Thank you so much. And I think I overtook the time. I apologize for that.
Thank you very much. Now we have Dr. Rohit Jigyasu, who's going to give us the Nepal case study.
I'd like to distribute these books, so if you can...
Okay, so we are jointly going to present this experience that we had following Nepal earthquake. Since time is limited, we'll be very quick in making some key points. I'll just move to the... We all know about this major earthquake and the disaster, damages that were that heritage bore the brunt. It was not only monuments but also vernacular settlements, and we had this team which was comprised of ICCROM, ICCROM, and the Smithsonian Institution. And so what was very useful was that we could have a very collective response, because in a disaster situation, everybody does work parallel, but it is sometimes useful to have coordinated response across institutions, both national and international. And here you see all international institutions, but we work very closely with the national institutions, both government and NGOs. So we tried to really have this work which was done by the local, but we were mainly the facilitators. Just add wherever you... Yeah, okay. So some of the issues, how to rescue heritage fragments from damaged houses. There were not just the buildings, but also memories of people, photographs, and there are so many things that people want out to rescue when a disaster takes place. It's also about the larger issue of how do you deal with the damaged structures, because sometimes you think they are very damaged and you start to dismantle them, and we don't know how do we whether they should be dismantled and kept in a storage, or whether you can here see one of the temple being dismantled and kept. But then, are we doing it in the proper way? Are you really numbering them properly? Do you have the drawings? How will you store them in a proper way so that they are not really affected due to rainfall or things, or they are not looted? So there are all these risks that come in, and people don't know what is the right way to do the shoring. So sometimes you do too much and sometimes you do too little. And then, of course, as has been emphasized earlier, the coordination with the civic defense is critical. And army and police, they are all ready to help, but they don't know how they should help. So that was another major issue that we had to face. We had to work with them, and maybe Aparna, you can elaborate a little bit on that.
So just very quickly in this picture, as you can see, this was in an ancient town and in a very old historic temple, and the army was in the process of in the civil defense, and you can see also Nepal municipality workers were also there. They were all trying to sort out the historic wooden fragments, and they were also trying to clear the way so that access routes can be made. And this is what everyone does. They try to make access routes. But the army was not guided properly, so they mixed the wood coming from different structures. And later on in Hanuman Dhoka, which is, and also in the, the Kathmandu, the Kasht Mandap, where the historic temple fell down, we had to pay double the money to workers to sort out the wood that the army had mixed. So in the first go, if someone had taken the lead and explain to them from the heritage sector, I'm saying, from the Department of Archaeology, or even from the local community. On the other hand, in Bhaktapur, we had Rohit, another Rohit Ranjitkar, another Rohit, not this Rohit, an architect who led his community to systematically salvage fragments, and there the cost of recovery was compared to like 2 times less than what was spent in main Kathmandu area, in the Kashtmandap area. So you see how just few steps can help. And if we teach them beforehand, it would work. Yeah.
Yeah, so again, maybe you can elaborate on the museum issue as well.
On the museum issue, it's just that many of the buildings were unsafe, and heritage professionals are neither fit. I say we are an aging force, and Italy also faces the same thing. And they could not get inside the buildings, and there was the golden throne that had to be taken out from the palace. And the army decided to go against the advice of our structural engineers who had inspected the structure, and the structure was visibly swaying as the army went in. The Gorkhas are very, very brave people. So they went in and they removed the golden throne, but there was so much of confusion in that moment. They did not know where the golden throne was. So in the first attempt, they brought out curtains. So people losing their life for curtains is not worth it. And the museum director was not herself very sure where she had placed the golden throne. So they didn't have the map. They didn't have it. It is golden throne. I'm not talking about any chair. I'm talking about the golden throne. And in the end, the opening that they had prepared was so small that the army had to take off the pieces to bring it down. And obviously, when you take off the pieces, there is some sacrifice. You know, you do lose some things. So the lesson here is, again, inventory. And the problem is not that you have a 3D laser scan. The problem here is I need a map, a flow plan, and on the flow plan, I need to locate what is most important. So technology, yes, but the right kind of technology and the right kind of tool.
Yeah, and the another thing that we were just facing was that where do we keep the stored salvaged fragments? Because these are all architectural fragments. They are prone to looting at that time because things are not very stable. There is no allocated space which is safe because earthquakes are still happening. There's also rainfall happening. So where are you going to put those pieces that you have salvaged? So thinking of them in advance would be really useful, because at that moment we were having lots of problems even finding who can take the responsibility of really keeping these fragments, because they will be crucial for the recovery that will happen later on. So a lot of issues are also, when you do response, you have to connect it to recovery as well, which is going to happen in the long term.
Yeah. Another issue that really, in spite of being international, was that of stockpiling. So we are looking at site by site that is destroyed and there are fragments to be salvaged. We needed simple things like tarpaulin. Where do you get tarpaulin? So Red Cross was of help. They gave us some tarps. Initially, they gave us 8 tarps for me to demonstrate like how we can do the salvaging, how we can dismantle a building, as Rohit said, numbering and all with our engineers. But that was not enough. And then Nepalis had to find more tarps, the Department of Archaeology. But the tarps were so important for the people. They were the most prized commodity because people were living without homes and they were using them for tents. So you see, the humanitarian needs and the needs of cultural heritage sometimes are really clashing and are in conflict. And things that we need to, pre-arrange. And I gave a similar talk in Netherlands, and the IKEA chief was sitting there and he said, well, why don't you ask me? And I can give you a plane load of that. So again, going back to the international humanitarian aid and the system, we do need stockpiles, and we need to make sure which countries will have those stockpiles.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to conclude by mentioning one more important issue, that sometimes in emergency response, people don't realize, the governments and those who are responsible don't realize that actually community sees value in retaining their houses. Everybody's thought they want to move away from these houses because these are old and dilapidated and people would like to have new buildings. But actually people really wanted to save these windows because they really give them identity and they were being really looted at that time. So even to work with local community, and that's one point which has been emphasized again and again, but engaging community at that moment, even to help with salvage operations like this one that we did with the local young lot there, but they didn't have their own houses, but they were ready to really volunteer to support this kind of salvage operation to save their windows. So I think it's really important that we realize that we have a role to play. It's just that we have to position ourselves in the right moment and have pre-disaster preparation done so that we can do our effective role. Maybe you want to conclude? Yes, okay. All right, so that's all we wanted to just do. To mention here that heritage has a lot of importance at that time, even when the saving of people are going on, but you have to position yourself in a right way. Because many times, there is a question, why are you there? You're not a humanitarian, you're not people to save, you're not there to save lives, but actually we can play a very important role, even in terms of psychosocial support, where heritage actually provides it at that moment. So we have to also advocate the importance of heritage in emergency situations beyond just the physical aspects. Thank you.
That was really very interesting. I think all three speakers deserve a big round of applause from the audience. They've really presented their case well. We have a couple of minutes for a question answer session. If there are any questions, suggestions, we would take them on now. Yeah, please ask.
My question is for the armed forces officials here. Like ma'am said about Italy, Italy has Carabinieri, which is a dedicated law and enforcement force to handle antiquity, thefts and trafficking. And in your experience, we know a lot of black market exists in India as well. A lot of stuff is going outside India. Have you come across any such experiences where you or your colleagues have sort of faced any such consignments or any stories of these kinds that come to your mind?
Personally, I have not come across such situations. Normally, those questions are dealt by state police forces. As a central armed police forces and NDRF, we do the rescue and this work. We are not into that. But that comes law and order.
Are there any capacity building workshops happening for the law and enforcement officials from antiquity to identify what is an antiquity, what is not? Any such?
Yes, many workshops are happening. In fact, Delhi police and Tamil Nadu police, they have got a special antiquity kind of branches where they do this work and workshops are organizing.
Thank you.
So I take it there are no further questions. We can close the session now. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the speakers for the session, and I would like to request everyone to stand for a group photograph. I would request the chair of the session, Colonel K.P. Singh sir, to kindly present a memento to Senior Commandant Dilip Kumar of CISF. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, sir. We now move on to our third session. I'm so sorry. We are now entering our fourth session. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Sushma Swaraj Bhawan, Sir, member NDMA, who will chair this session on damage and loss assessment in culture sector. Please welcome, sir. Our experts for this session are Mr. Vivek Coelho, Technical Expert, Recovery, UNDP, Mr. Anand Kanitkar, Program Officer, UNESCO, and Ms. Aparna Tandon of ICCROM. They will delve into the critical aspects of damage and loss assessment, sharing their valuable insights and experiences. Please welcome on stage, everyone.
Maybe. Anand Kanitkar?
Sir, 2 minutes. Yes, sir is coming. In the meantime, the chair of the session can start. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So thank you very much. Continuing with our earlier discussion, we are now moving to a very, very important aspect of the disaster management, that is the damage and loss. We will also touch upon the loss and damage. There are two different things. There is a little difference, but we will talk about both the things. Whenever there is a major disaster, we conduct the damage and loss assessment, and it is cultural heritage has emerged as a sector, and it is a multi-sector assessment. So the people who specialize in this area constitute the sector team and join the assessment. So in our country, we have just started this practice of post-disaster needs assessment recently through our own efforts. Earlier, international agencies would do that for very large-scale disasters. Now we are doing it ourselves. And we are trying to include as many sectors as possible, and some of the state governments are very sensitive to including the cultural heritage as a sector, and that is why we have conducted assessments in Joshimath, in Sikkim, and recently in Kerala. So, and as we go on conducting these assessments, our experiences will accumulate, and we will get to know more about the process as well as the results. Now, we face three serious problems when it comes to the damage and assessment. First, we don't have people who are well trained in the assessment, damage and loss assessment. Very, very small pool, and if we are not able to tap that pool, it's very, very difficult to get a good assessment. So that's one thing. The second, which is also related to the first one, is that the methodology is not yet very well established. We need to work more on methodology. See, when you do an assessment after a large-scale disaster, we generally find the proxies. We try to work out the average. So, for example, what is the average productivity of an agricultural field? Or what is the average size of a house? So, it's not possible to look at every area, all the acres of the lands that we have to survey. So what we actually look at the average yield to assess the crop losses. And this law of average works across the sectors except cultural heritage. Here we cannot work on the basis of, this is how we will work out the average and arrive at every cultural monument is unique, and you have to look at it very specifically. So we need to work a lot more on the damage and loss methodology. The third, which is the biggest problem, is the attribution of value. How do you ascribe value to a particular thing? So, because most of the things have intangible value, so an assessment actually arrives at a certain valuation of, we have a damage and loss of $100 million or 1,000 crores or 500 crores. How do we arrive at a particular value? And this is a very peculiar problem that actually is very much related to the nature of the sector. The fourth issue that actually also is very, very important is how do we, because each area is different, we need to look at the structures, we need to look at the materials, we need to look at the architecture. It is a multidisciplinary field. It's not just a field which requires just the archaeologist. It also requires architects, it requires engineers, it requires cultural anthropologists, all of them. And this kind of a multidisciplinary team to support damage and loss assessment is always a challenge. But despite all the challenges, we have tried and done that. The results are coming. We will improve our results. What is most important is that we should also find resources for recovery. Recovery is the thing that really tests us. Recovery is never fast in this sector. It takes years and years to bring recovery, and it requires a lot of, I think, lot of improvisation and a lot of ingenuity to think of the recovery. And what happens that every building, if you are doing a monastery, if you are doing a temple, it becomes a project by itself. So it's not that, we are just doing 100 houses. No, it's if you are doing 50 specific cultural monuments, each of them is a project by itself. Each of them has its own requirements, and we need to attend to them. So recovery is a very, very huge undertaking. It places enormous demand. So these are some of the issues that we are going to discuss, We have here our colleagues. I'm Mr. Anand Kanitkar from the UNESCO. Aparna, you know, she has been intervening from the morning. And Mr. Vivek Kolho, who is a UNDP colleague, works at present with the NDMA, and he has been part of the damage and assessment team. So we have a very rich experience here. And I'm glad that they would be able to expand on the subject. So Vivek, will you go first? Thank you.
Can we have the presentation, please? So as we load the presentation, I would just like to also share how we approach Joshimath. So as you are all aware that Joshimath as a location has immense cultural, historical and strategic importance. And when the Joshimath land subsidence event occurred, we were tasked to undertake assessments. Assessments were multi-sectoral, as you may be aware, and recovery estimates were the ask as part of the assessments. So as part of the cultural and heritage sector, we looked at two focal points. Basically, we had the Narsingh temple and the Jyotir Math. So these are the two main strategic focal points of Joshimath as a town, around which this 25,000 population based town has cropped up, which is now, which was then the affected location post the land subsidence event. So as we see also, there is another point to note that Joshimath functions as a nodal center for transiting populations that are traveling towards Badrinath, Hemkund Sahib and other pilgrimage locations in the upper reaches of the Himalayas. We also observe that the Himalayan passes of Mana and Niti are accessible only through Joshimath. So there is a clear overlap between culture, heritage and the tourism sector, because culture and heritage draws human footfall. And what we observe in Joshimath, at a peak day, we see around 25,000 transiting population during season and an overall footfall of around 10 lakh people that transit Joshimath as a town through the year. And if you have gone to Joshimath, you would observe that it is a 1-2 lane town, wherein there is only a single main road and a single market that has to cater to this large footfall. Now we have the NH7, which is the Rishikesh Badrinath highway, that is taking the load of the Joshimath town, which is now open to public. So we also observe, along with Joshimath being a cultural and heritage site of significance, we observe that Joshimath is of strategic importance to our nation, considering it's close to the Tibetan border. It also functions as a trade route historically, and hence we need to look at culture and heritage from a very holistic perspective. The perspectives are three-pronged. Basically, we look at culture and heritage as a driver of economy for transiting populations that come as inflows. We look at it as a sustenance point of view, wherein local populations are sustained, and we look at it from a long-term developmental perspective, wherein there is a potential to bring larger economic inflows into the area and benefiting state-level revenue. So considering this is the broader approach as to how we were tasked with looking at Joshimath as a town, which is a very small town of 25,000 residents, we then moved on in our assessment to determine the methodology. Under the culture and heritage sector, you would have observed that a quantitative methodology may not always yield results, and a qualitative angle is something that is must. And the qualitative aspect of the methodology during assessments post a disaster basically function around key informant interviews, whether they are group-based or individual-based. Now we move on to the valuation of damages. There are 4 categories that we observed in Joshimath. One is the repair. Repair, if you look at Joshimath, we observed that if you know that Joshimath is a boulder soil complex as a town. So we observed that all the mutts, all the temples and all the historical places of significance are constructed on boulders, which have ensured their stability over ages and thus have not been affected by the subsidence. Moving further, we look at restoration and development inputs. So what are these development inputs? This is basically a forward-looking perspective wherein we look at providing financial inputs that will draw tourism footfall and enhance the cultural and heritage sector. And that is why when we propose our recovery strategy as part of Joshimath, we look at how we enhance the existing cultural and heritage assets by investing certain amounts of financial grant-based assistance under the recovery and reconstruction window to enhance these assets as economic drivers. So for example, the Jyotir Mutt, the Shankaracharya Ki Gaddi, the other temples around the Mutt, any other small assets, these assets are further developed. You would have seen other investments across the country as well, which are large scale, but in Joshimath, they are a little small scale, but have higher impact. Now, identification of recovery strategies, basically, when we are looking at it as the culture and heritage sector, we need to keep in mind 3 things. One is the benefit to direct assets and the benefit to livelihoods. The whole Joshimath town basically is surviving on the livelihoods linked to the pilgrimage. And therefore, it is important to have a livelihood strategy that reduces the load in terms of footfall within the town, ensures that the livelihood approaches are sustainable and ecologically aligned, and number 3, that these livelihood approaches benefit income at the household level through a village-based strategy. So this is how we approach the recovery efforts within Joshimath. Now, this is the more forward-looking piece. If you are going into an assessment under the culture and heritage sector, as you are aware that there is the NIDM manual on post-disaster needs assessment. It has a chapter on culture and heritage, and this chapter, once assessed adequately and presented to the Government of India, has the potential for any state government to access funds under this particular sector, under the recovery and reconstruction window. As our colleagues were mentioning earlier, that relief under this sector may not be accessible, but recovery under this sector is surely possible. So when we look at writing the sector report for this particular sector, we look at the historical overview and potential as an economic driver. We specifically, how do we gauge this? We look at footfall, and footfall is linked to local businesses and tourism. Tourism is the broad terminology. Disaster impact on culture and heritage, basically you map the stakeholders and flows. If you look at cultural assets, the larger inflow economically will be based on economic inflows, which are the spending capacity of people, the carrying capacity of the town, the other service-based assets that are there under the sector. around which the hard assets of this sector operate, like any other pilgrimage around the world, pilgrimage site around the world. So then we get into the purpose and objectives, determine the methodology, and the main important thing for verification of damage and losses is ground truth verification. This has to be clearly represented within the sector report and then presented. Determination of unit costs is basically, there are very large-scale estimates that happen with historical monuments and assets running into millions of dollars. But that in a world today is, to access recovery and reconstruction assistance is not feasible. Therefore, we have to be very practical in our approach to undertake and estimate what is the unit cost for repair and restoration of these assets and place them for consideration. Pre and post disaster extent of damage and loss, this basically helps you determine what is the baseline. And many a times if there is an earthquake, or not in the case of Joshimath, there is a debris clearance cost also. This is a normal process that basically the housing and the construction sector will help you calculate. Recovery assistance, so basically estimations under this particular sector will require disaggregate item-wise details through approximate costs that are mentioned. And these costs are determined based on conversations with relevant line departments and the government of the particular host government. And if there are any special requirements to ensure the restoration of economic flows, for example, if you require a particular transportation facility, like a ropeway or a helicopter service that will ensure a fast-paced economic recovery post a disaster, linked to this sector or the tourism sector, that needs to be placed as a special recommendation and a proposal to the government. With respect to livelihood revitalization under this sector, linked to this sector, it is encouraged that all stakeholders prepare, along with the host government, prepare a detailed scheme that will benefit the local populations and present it to the government. So in summary, this is how the assessment under the sector was approached. And this is a reference document that you may like to refer. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek, for bringing out that connection between heritage and livelihoods. Very, very important that heritage by itself is not sufficient. We also need to think of the livelihoods. A lot of people are dependent upon their livelihoods for on the heritage, and the livelihoods planning is very much part of the heritage conservation. Thank you. I will now turn to Mr. Anand Kanitkar from UNESCO, who would be presenting on the Kerala assessment. 2018, Kerala experienced large-scale floods, and there was an international PDNA effort which covered the cultural heritage sector. So he will speak about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All of us, we know the devastating floods of Kerala in 2018 from June to August for more than 2 months when the floods happened. 10 UN agencies came together to kind of assess different sectors within 20 days, they mobilized the teams, and these teams worked in 20 days to do this assessment and especially come up with the, this report, which was jointly made by 10 different UN agencies. So basically, UNESCO took part in the cultural heritage assessment as UNESCO is the only UN agency with the mandate of culture which deals with cultural heritage among the UN agencies. So a team from UNESCO participated in this damage assessment, and especially the assessment of tangible, intangible heritage also. So I'll be also talking about some part of living heritage, although we are talking only about cultural heritage sites. But it is important to know that the site and even the construction technique is part of living heritage of the community, and that's where this loss and damage was actually assessed, and the economic impact and the human impact of this loss and damage was also tried to be calculated. So I'm not going to talk in detail about the entire process, but I would like to briefly tell about the assessment methodology. So this situation basically was evaluated with the secondary and primary data. The secondary data basically was sourced from the government reports and partner organizations, especially the Culture Department of Kerala government, and the georeferenced information which was collected. And then this data was later on validated with the field visits across 10 districts, and the teams had visited, all the organizations in total visited 120 villages across 10 districts. So there is this data collection challenge also, which comes into picture, that the data which we get, the secondary data, it's many a times not sufficient because, for example, the list of artifacts rescued was only given from one palace, and it was not for all the sectors or all the sites which was provided at that time. And then the basically report which was collected, or the assessment which was done based on the primary data, that was basically with the help of Department of Culture of Government of Kerala, and the UNESCO team which visited different villages. So, of course, there is this economic valuation of damage which is considered in this thing, and the problem of that is it is told by the stakeholders itself, or the business owners, or the residents of the damaged properties, or the artist whose theaters or whose livelihood was basically affected due to floods, and then lack of tourism also. So that valuation is a crucial point in this, and definitely this, as Sir was saying, this distinguishing between the value of loss and damage was also challenging because of this complexity of valuation, because the projecting the exact cost required for restoration is difficult, as Sir said, because of the uncertainties regarding the restoration process, what type of material has been used, what type of wood has been used in that particular cultural heritage site. So when we look at the tangible heritage, of course, Kerala has a particular traditional wooden architecture and mixed with the stone architecture, houses and the temples, as well as the performance theaters which are built in the traditional methodology. So that is something was assessed basically, and also monuments and the archaeological sites. So the archaeological site of Muziris was completely inundated, and that's why it was filled with debris. So now how do you value the loss or damage of the archaeological artifacts and archaeological site in such a case? That is a challenge in this way. But in many cases, the damage of the built heritage was found as a moderate damage because of the geographical location or the material which was used. For instance, the superstructure and the plinth of the architecture constructed in the laterite stone or sun-dried mud blocks plastered with lime allows them to basically breathe and then drain this water without causing much structural damage. So this also was taken into consideration when the assessment was being done. So of course the wooden elements which were used in many of the sites or some of the houses were definitely damaged, especially the wood used in windows and doors, etc. So that has been found as damage due to the inundation. So it was also found, as in the morning our director, Mr. Tim Curtis, was also saying that especially during this kind of disaster situation, people need their culture, people need their living heritage, people need their temples or praying places where they can worship. So it was also found that the people of Kerala actually showed resilience, where they were actively taking part into recovery and rebuilding, especially in cleaning and salvaging the living spaces and buildings. Many of the monuments or the sites were already been cleaned and whitewashed, but this kind of quick repair work, which is being carried out directly by communities, sometimes can make more damage because you are not sure that the same construction material is being used, or sometimes quickly white cement or cement could be used instead of lime mortar and lime. So that is another challenge which was found during this assessment. So I also want to talk about the, apart from this built heritage, this is an interesting example of the theatre of Kudiyattam, where the artists have their rehearsal spaces, their performance spaces. The built heritage, the wooden theatre itself was damaged, of course, but due to floods, their properties, their music instruments, their costumes or their jewelry, that was also damaged or dampened, and that was also noted in many cases. Now, this is where it is an interesting intersection between the built heritage, which is the theatre itself, and the performing art and the artist whose livelihood is dependent on that performance, that theatre. And of course, you can reconstruct the theatre, but this whole loss of the property of the musical instruments, which will include the traditional material, which will include the traditional know-how of reconstructing that particular instrument, or creating those costumes and jewelry, that also needs to be taken into consideration, especially in such cases where, especially when we discuss about the loss and damage. So this also has been assessed, especially because UNESCO's approach has been, especially in this particular assessment, of not only focusing on the cultural heritage, but looking at arts, crafts, performing arts, traditional know-how, because fortunately, none of the artists were, harmed in this flood. So you can actually say that that particular art form or that particular craft will definitely continue, because sometimes the disaster might even, how I can say, that can affect the continuity of that particular art form also, which is part of living heritage. So in that case, here especially, fortunately, that didn't happen, and later on in the recovery part, actually UNESCO supported some of the organizations to repair their theatre, to recreate their musical instruments, to recreate their jewelry and costumes, etc., for the Kudiyattam performances. Then also I was talking about the art and craft. So Kerala, as we all know, the bronze mirrors are having GI tag, and in almost 25 of the craft workshops or craft centers where these bronze mirrors were made, the molds of bronze mirror making molds or the material was damaged, or the casts were damaged. So that is again although it is not part of the cultural heritage site or the built heritage especially, it is part of the living heritage where this material which is used to prepare the art and craft has been damaged. So that also needs to be assessed, and in terms of in recovery program, this also needs to be, in the strategy, this needs to be included, which UNESCO did in its report, that how this recovery strategy needs to be addressing not only the built heritage, but also these artisans and artists and performing artists who have lost the material or their workshop spaces. Even in case of handloom weaving, many of the handloom, workshops were inundated, where the material was actually, damaged. Or in case of museums and some of the museums and libraries, due to floods, actually the entire archive was washed away. So now how do you basically calculate and create value of this particular loss of those archives or of those manuscripts, which are the handwritten manuscripts? So that was also considered, considering the damage assessment of those libraries and museums. Thank you very much. This particular report, which all the UN agencies have made, is available for those who are interested in looking at all the sectors UN has actually intervened, and this particular almost 30 to 40 page report of cultural heritage, which is addressing different types of cultural heritage and district-wise assessment done for the temples or these craft sectors, etc., is available online. All the UN agencies have uploaded it. If you Google with the Kerala PDNA assessment, you can find out that PDF and download and refer to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ananji. That was a very comprehensive presentation on the assessment that actually led to a very large-scale recovery program. So thanks very much. I'll now request Aparna ji to speak about the app.
Thank you for that presentation. I'll just point out to the one problem. Data on loss and damage of cultural heritage is inconsistent, insufficient, and scattered. But that does not mean that it is so difficult to calculate pre-disaster and post-disaster damage data. We have been studying this problem ever since the PDNA methodology was created and culture sector was invited from UNESCO to work on this. On the ground, to feed into PDNA, how can we work to provide that data that you have been talking about, both on damage and on losses? So just to bring some points, it's not only about disaster recovery, but it's about reduced understanding of risks to heritage. So we are not only talking about damage and losses, but we are also looking at risks that emanate in a disaster situation. And I have a very good example of the Aranmula mirror that Anand just mentioned. And also ad hoc responses. So that's why we have developed this post-event damage and risk assessment methodology. We are also providing systematic training, and we are training a critical mass of people, namely in Pakistan. Unfortunately, what happens is that ICCROM is approached when there is a major disaster. So we have done this in Beirut, where more than 1,000 buildings were destroyed. We have done this in Pakistan after the floods, in Philippines after the earthquake, in Ukraine, where more than 1,000 buildings have been destroyed. And the story is endless, and now we have been approached by Los Angeles County to undertake damage and risk assessment. And we have automated the process by developing a multilingual app and also the forms that can be adapted to different contexts, also living heritage. So I just want to hit on some aspects that you have mentioned. First of all, yes, it is a big problem that site by site we do not know how many people are employed at each site. So that is the income part. What is the visitors and how much? So this is the pre-event data. That's like in a given moment, at this moment, in Taj Mahal, how many visitors are coming and what is the revenue that is getting, that ASI is getting. If that information is available, how many people are directly involved with the site's management? If that information is available, you have your income loss. Similarly, you're talking about that there is no replacement cost for heritage, yes, but we have very standardized rate lists that are available country by country, and I'm sure we have very experienced conservators sitting here from ICCROM who would tell you, who take this work regularly, that there are rate lists of the work that we do for stabilization, for putting scaffold per unit, costs are available, and these are region by region available costs, right? So I have already said that there is a standardized method that we have to put things on stabilization, shoring. We have to do shoring, we have to do debris removal, we have to do evacuation costs. So every operation can be costed, provided you know what to ask as a question. And that's what our form does. So we educate and train heritage professionals as well as government employees where possible. We also ask governments to develop these kind of forms ahead of time so that they can feed into PDNAs and RDNAs. And these are rapid damage, on-site damage and risk assessments that we have developed. I'm very happy to provide you with demos, with forms, but please do not approach us after the disaster. Do it before the disaster, before the event. And I think if one lesson we can all take from this hall today is that India needs to develop this, and then you will be able to feed into PDNAs very quickly. Provided site by site, we collect the pre-event data, and there are results is degree of damage, which on-site actions you have to cost, income losses, estimation of supplies and people, and specific permissions and all. That's more useful for us. So for example, I am not, here's a monument, what will you get out of an on-site damage and risk assessment? There's a burnt wall painting, what would you get out of it? That's for the experts to see. You will get degree of risk, degree of damage. You will also get a cost. Sorry, if I go back. You will also look, there is a cost. And this is estimated as per the country's existing rate list. And and we put 10% inflation on it. And we ask the governments or people to say like, okay, you can put 10% inflation on it. Now, I'll bring about living heritage and what Anand was saying about the Aranmula mirror or the cultural and creative industries. I think the cultural and creative industries are a special subset. We should also look at how much is the, what is the condition, the health data, or pre-event insurance data, insurance cover. Because in the case of Aranmula, we were also there on site, and I think some of our assessment did help you. What we discovered was that mercury and lead is being used to produce the Aranmula mirror, and it goes into water streams. And people have very bad studios. So from disaster to disaster, from one flood to another flood, they just get that much of cover that they can recover a little bit of what they have lost, and they again set up those studios that are unsafe, and you are actually poisoning your water streams. And the same is happening with textile makers. They're using cheap chemical colors. So on one hand, we love our arts and crafts in India. On the other hand, we are doing nothing to either think about the health, the overall well-being, and the buying capacity of the manufacturer or the craftsperson, and we are not covering them enough from disaster to disaster. So there has to be more of a larger take on that recovery and PDNA. So beyond PDNA, the recovery framework needs to take into account the resilience part. So with that, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should definitely work together on developing a training program for damage and loss assessment in this sector. That's very, very important. And costing. Of course, assessment cannot happen without the costing. So that's very, very important. And we identify at least a group of people who are always available to undertake this assignment. So it's very, very essential that we undertake that. We should also mention that there is another kind of assessment that we may have to do now, and that is the loss and damage assessment. Unlike the damage and loss, that where the culture, the cultural heritage, and many of the religious cultural practices are eroded over a period of time. And this is happening due to the climate change, where the mitigation and adaptation solutions are not working. We are experiencing it in several parts of the country. I can just refer to the Majuli Island in Brahmaputra. Majuli Island is not just known for its river island ecology, it's also known for its unique religious practices. It's a Vaishnavite community, it has century-old traditions. The entire community is under threat. 40% people have lost their habitat. It's now the island is slowly disappearing. And it's very important, it will be part of our work, that we help the people, the displaced people, rehabilitate. But when they are rehabilitated elsewhere, how much of tradition they will carry to the new place, that is to be seen. But whenever we are developing plans for all these people who are losing their ground, who are losing their culture, we need to find a new way of assessing their losses. And this is another challenge that is coming up before us. NDMA is going to be engaged in helping the people, the displaced people, rehabilitate themselves. And this rehabilitation has to be based on some assessment, and we need to develop those assessment methodologies as well. Loss, damage and loss and damage, this is something that we have to live with, we have to work with, we have to evolve, we have to improve our methodologies, we have to apply artificial intelligence, and we have to gain the skills to translate them into recovery plans. These are some of the challenges before us. And I'm glad we could discuss some of the challenges in the session. If you have questions, please feel free to raise. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Shishir Agarwal, and I am working as a senior consultant finance with NDMA. And in terms of heritage sites, as Aparna ma'am said about, gave the example of Taj Mahal. So my question is that, few of the heritage sites, they are, quite revenue generating. So considering the risk of increasing natural disasters in the future also, So do typically heritage sites, they opt for insurance? And if not, then why few of the sites who are already revenue generating or profit making, so why not, they are not doing so? So that's my question.
You'd like to read this?
I will take your question in parts, and I would like you to repeat the second part. Why they are not generating profit?
No, they are generating revenue, but
Yeah.
if they are generating revenue, why are they not seeking insurance coverage for themselves?
They are not seeking?
Insurance coverage.
Insurance coverage for themselves.
Yeah.
First of all, no, I mean, I was running the Palace of Maharaja in Jammu and Kashmir museum. It was a museum, and it's made like a French chateau, Amar Mahal Museum. And we were looking for its insurance. It's actual, if I start calculating its cost and all, so you won't get insurance cover that much, or if the insurance cover will be there, the premium would be so much that nobody, at least the private owners or trustees, won't pay for it. So we settled for something partial because I scared them with the, like a doomsday prediction that you could end up with an accidental fire. And the palace is made of wood and inside very good carvings and all. So Taj Mahal and ensuring Taj Mahal would be, yes, but so in Kerala, for example, there were house museums that were insured. But one of the big problems was that when salvage happened, many of the insurance companies refused to pay them because people in the early time, they tried to pump out water, they tried to take out things. And the insurance company said, but you didn't wait for our surveyor to come and give you that. And the same thing is happening in Australia, where Melbourne and other places are flooded, libraries and archives, and the insurance companies are saying we won't pay, or in LA where they won't pay. So first of all, there are very few insurers who operate in this area. In India, certainly the premium costs would be very high and sometimes unreasonable because we do not have a regulated art market. And third, places like Taj Mahal, and I would like to understand what is the contingency plan. It's like the Notre Dame. It's our Notre Dame. So I would like to understand what is the contingency plan.
Risks are not that frequent, so it, the frequency of risks do not yield to the insurability of the asset. So that's one thing. The second thing is that they are national treasures. They are very much a responsibility of the state. And so a state steps in. This is as part of the sovereign obligation. We have to protect the Taj. This is a national monument kind of. So that is how the government takes care of it and does not go in for insurance coverage. Yeah, please, ASI people will be.
Namaskar. Your question is that why not the ASI is giving the insurance? As Krishnan sir have told, this is a national monument declared by the Government of India, and the ASI is charging merely small token amount for entry to control the crowd. We are promoting the cultural promotion by the organizing programs and the different media and the social media, other things. Second thing, our mandate is not to generate the money first. Our mandate is how to protect and preserve the cultural heritage for their posterity. Second thing, the money generated from this revenue tickets, a small amount, I think 15 rupees for other monuments and 30 rupees for World Heritage for Indian. So that money goes to corpus fund of the Government of India. So this money is not a generation. The money was generated from the ticketed monument is in more than 300 crores per annum. I have not exact data currently because I have the Bombay data because we are contributing 14 crores per annum from our monuments, 13 monuments. So that's why the government is not thinking on this direction because 15 rupees entry fee is very meager amount. Only you couldn't get a cup of tea from 15 rupees. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other question? If there is no other question, then I will conclude the session with many thanks to all the panelists for their great interventions, very useful interventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And I thank all the experts for sharing their expertise during this session. Now I would like to request the chair of this session, Dr. Vatsa sir, to present a memento to Anand Katnikar of UNESCO. So I would like to request to present a memento to Mr. Coelho. Thank you so much, everybody. As we move forward, it's a time to put our collective knowledge and expertise into action. Our next segment is an introduction to the group activity, where we will work together to define priorities of action for disaster risk management of cultural heritage sites in India. Ms. Aparna Tandon and Dr. Rohit Jigyasu will guide us through this interactive session.
Thank you very much. So after all these very informative presentations we have gathered during the day, it's time for us to really figure out where the priorities are. So what we would like to do is to divide, I think you are all in your tables, so each group will have to list 5 priorities for disaster risk management of cultural heritage. You can be less but not more. 5 is also quite a lot in India, of course. So you have to think about the 5 priorities, have a discussion, what are the key areas where the focus should be for disaster risk management of cultural heritage in our country. So please think from that perspective, and what we suggest is that we give half an hour for you to have a discussion, so you can put together, agree and put together those 5 points, and then we will go to each table to have your inputs presented, so everyone can learn from your discussions. So if I'm clear, then maybe you can start working together now in each group and work out the 5 priority areas for disaster risk management of cultural heritage in India. Yes, you will all get a flip chart, and you will also get post-its if you like, and markers, so you can use them once you have put up your discussion, to put up your discussion. Thank you very much. When you do your discussions, the points, try to make them more elaborate. Like if you say capacity building or training, it is very generic, but you should say which areas, what should be the target audience, so a little bit more descriptive so that it is not very, very general. So please keep that in mind. Thank you. Sure. So you have to think in terms of, because we can do 100 things, right? We can do many things as we discussed today. But of course, we have limited resources. We have some things which we need to do first, which are more urgent. So what we are asking at this point is to really think about the priority areas. Which are the areas where we should first do some things before we go to the more work? What are the urgent things that where the focus should be? So that's what we would, from the point of view of the challenges and the needs of our country in disaster risk management for heritage sites. I hope that is clear. If there is anything which is not clear, please ask us, me or Aparna, please.
Understood? The rest I'll read. Okay. Thanks actually. Your time is enough. So you have to really defeat the old people.
Yes, and so we'll conclude by 7.
Sabha ho jaye, theek. You have time till 4:30. We will make presentations. I mean, each group will just present at 4:30. So there is half an hour for you to discuss and prepare. Half an hour, please. 4:30 we will present.
Participants of the activity, I would like your attention, please. If anybody would like to have tea or coffee, it's served outside because it was time for that. But in between the activity, if you want to go and bring your refreshments also, you can bring inside, or may take your time to have it as soon as possible so that we finish it as well and even the refreshment is also over. Thank you. चाय बहुत अच्छी है, मैंने 2 पी ली, चाय अच्छी है। हाँ मैम, नहीं अभी तो मैंने कुछ नहीं करना।
Okay, so it's time now to have your inputs because it's 3 minutes beyond 4:30. So what we will do is we'll yes, sure. Okay, we will start from there. We will go to each group, and then one of your group spokesperson will explain what have you been your conclusions. So maybe, and if I would request everyone to kindly listen to the presenter so that we all can benefit from the discussion. So maybe, which group is okay, this group.
No, not NDMA.
By the way, this is a guru group. We call it guru group because many of them are my teachers.
And now, and now we are learning together, I think. So this group actually identified assessing carrying capacity of the cultural heritage sites as being one of the most significant factors, especially in the context of environmentally sensitive areas. So a priority should be to identify areas which are exceptionally prone to repeated disasters, and to also look into issues of crowd management and over-visitation in the context of these environmentally problematic areas. The second point which we all identified was the necessity to audit heritage for multiple risks, all kinds of factors, including fire as well as stability. The third priority area aspect was related to mapping of resilience and vulnerability, creating baseline data which is reliable, ensuring that the lens of gender and the factors related to marginalized communities are taken into account because they are the most impacted by these kind of disasters. And this would be done through participatory processes and would use crowdsourcing technology and geomapping. The third aspect was related to unearthing the traditional knowledge systems, because most of our cultural heritage sites are repositories of traditional knowledge, identifying communities' expertise, and then augmenting the capacity, taking the sort of traditional knowledge which already exists into account, and then building new knowledge together with the community regarding how the management of these cultural heritage sites should take place. And all of this would be linked with creating platforms using digital technology as well as the sort of transformational technologies which exist now, and for a common direction, because center, state, the local level, NGOs all need to work together using such a platform. And we thought that the ICCROM platforms which were presented would be of great use for that, in order to ensure preparedness and appropriate responses and timely responses.
Okay.
I think that was.
Anyone would like to add among the group? No, okay, so one. Yes, please.
In the last point of create platforms for a common direction, this needs to be understood in the context of the governance structures we have in the country, which is that some are state subjects, some are national subjects, some are local subjects. And in most cases, very good ideas fall apart because you just cannot have this, you don't find the state and the center on a platform, and the consultants are moving up and down trying to make them speak to each other. So that is very, very critical. And I think NDMA kind of offers that opportunity for that. It just needs to be slightly more rigorous, because, one should be able to, as private consultants, get in touch with NDMA if you're doing a project and say, look, can you come in? And they make themselves available for that,
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, these are very Very good point. Since time is limited, we'll move to the next group and then we will make maybe a round, maybe at the end, right? Okay. Okay, if you want, yeah, maybe this is a good point. Just if you can give some voting, ranking, that would be good. Okay, we go to this group.
I can.
So disaster risk management means 5 priorities. First one is documentation. Second, assessment and monitoring. Third one, sensitization, sensitizing visitors, community stakeholders. And then in the same thing, training, capacity building, and coordination with the agencies who are looking after these management issues. Then preparedness and response, fourth one, a disaster responsive mechanism. Then fifth one, recovery and we have broadly classified 2 types of disasters. One is natural and second one is man-made. And in man-made, in ASI monuments, we usually see vandalism, overcrowding, and during festival times and all, and noise pollution, and it is causing destruction towards the heritage monuments. So this simple one. So we have given. Yes, yeah.
No, it's okay. So actually, on everyday basis, we are facing this man-made, whatever it may, overcrowding and all in most of our monuments. So I think we should have a policy on like limiting visitors to every monument on the basis of the like carrying capacity. So there should be a national policy because we are not free to do that. Because if we control, then that will be a controversy. So there should be a policy in which, on the basis of the carrying capacity of the monuments, visitors should be restricted. So the main, so we are saying, because other natural disasters are like not very frequent, but we are facing these frequent like issues, which are mainly caused by us only. So that's it.
May I? One question. Can I make a little statement? So we wanted to show to everybody that if we make a priority for a disaster management plan, so these are the 5 main priorities which we have to look at. But it has to be done in a matrix format. You cannot just make up 5 priorities and then start writing theory. So our team, very interestingly, all ASI people, I'm the only one who has no knowledge of either A or S. I do, but not A or S. So the matrix will be the kind of the factors that go into writing down these 5 sets of priorities when you're making your plan. So in that, the biggest thing that came out from this group's discussion was this, what ma'am said just now, about man-made issues that come about. So one very big issue was that they say that the crowds are a serious problem. It is like a daily mini disaster. So how you limit crowds, there has to be a systemic solution. It cannot be just natural hazards. There cannot be floods, tsunami, flood, Taj Mahal mein flood, thoda bahut aayega, chala jayega, but that daily crowd is a problem. Then here was a point that came about people, air pollution that impacts the place. Noise pollution, daily problem because of communities living around. So when you're making a disaster management plan, the ASI cannot neglect micro disasters, which is why we've added this new term called human vandalism. So if anybody makes a plan, we would request that human vandalism must be incorporated. And then all these things come inside this, like documentation, easy to understand. Assessment and monitoring. इसके अंदर आपका assessment जो hazard assessment बताया जाता है कि earthquake आएगा तो क्या होगा, that assessment will be there. And the point that Dr. Rohit had mentioned that you have to do daily monitoring. So all those things will come in that. The awareness point is a big point. It has got lots of sub points here. We didn't write them down because we didn't want to clutter our report. We don't want it to be like other people who've made, they've written lots of words on their chart. We want to keep our plan very simple. So which is why we did this, and the rest we are speaking about it. So that happened because I collected intelligence from table to table. So awareness and sensitization is for 3 types of targets. One is the community that lives around. Then second is our visitors who come. They need to be aware कि सीटी नहीं बजाना है, चिल्लाना नहीं है, शोर नहीं मचाना है. Then stakeholders जो बाकी होते हैं उनके लिए. इसी साथ में capacity building and training. Then your point about preparedness and response. Ma'am was very focused on the fact that in your response, there are many places where there is only one entry. There is no exit. So forget the fire exit. There is no exit. So people just come in the same entry and they leave from the same entry. So these are things that need to be factored into the disaster management plan. And your last point about recovery and restoration that you are past masters at, we cannot guide you on that. So I think in a nutshell, this is the best table.
We are also advocating for it at the same time.
One more point.
You are a group leader, a good group leader. You take care of your whole group.
I would like to make one submission also. When we are talking about the traditional knot system, we should be very clear about cultural appropriation. Because I am from a marginalized community, because my community have experienced a lot of such challenges. Because people consult with us and they are going ahead with the credits. So when you are taking the traditional knowledge system, no cultural appropriation should be there. Thank you so much.
Very good. Very good point. So I just have one question for our colleague from ASI. You were saying that every day with the crowds, it's a mini disaster. Is there a systematic understanding within ASI of the impacts these crowds are having? Because as we are talking about risk assessment, I think one of the reason or rationale for doing risk assessment is to understand the impact. What is the potential impact, or what is the impact? So this is a cumulative risk that you have pointed out, that you have crowds. Well, teeming millions of India have right to their heritage, so making a voice for the people. So how do we manage the crowds is one aspect, but first of all also understanding what is the impact. Why are you calling it a disaster? And where is the evidence of that damage? I think that is going to be the deal clincher here, for you to be able to bring everybody on table and think of crowds in an innovative way. But if you do not bring the impact, and if you just keep on talking, and I think this is one of the weaknesses we have here. We were talking about loss and damage earlier, but we ourselves as heritage practitioners do not understand the impact and the negative impacts of everyday risks. So I think that is very, very important.
Can I say one word regarding this micro level study? Only in case of Taj Mahal, my scientific branch have conducted a set apparatus, especially when the below dome area, if the crowd is more, the condensation starts during summer also. So they have now stopped the crowd below the main dome. So the people are allowed up to the lower platform. They couldn't go up because there was a lot of footfall, giving a bad impact on the surface as well as the central dome area. So they have, because if the condensation starts, so some dew impact was appeared on the surface, though that accelerates the chemical reaction on the over surface. So like the greenish patches, the microbiological growth or microorganism growth starts. So that could be minimized due to the control of or capping of the visitors. The same thing I think we all stakeholders, like we are regional office heads have advised for other monuments also. Like Elephanta, Raigad Fort and Janjira Fort, we have started capping introduced the capping, but then only 2,000 people are allowed to go inside because we cannot control them. Like similar Kesaria is people have climbed on the top. So, but it is only 1 or 2 cases specific studies being conducted by the ASI, not for all monuments. Yes, ma'am.
In the public domain, but I was also thinking perhaps this is the time to think about digital technologies like AR, VR, augmented reality. So if people can't go under the rotunda, they can experience
definitely it is earnestly required.
Virtual reality. So
Definitely
Taj Mahal, it definitely deserves that, right?
Maybe other monuments also deserve, like some sensitive monuments, especially like a Taj Mahal, not only Taj Mahal, like a Sarnath and some other, especially like from Bengal, now I'm serving in Bengal, so Murshidabad Palace is one of the sensitive monuments. We have the wooden ceilings. There was a vibration, it starts, the people are coming in the weekends, especially, or New Year event, eves, or during holiday, Durga Puja. So we cannot control. I think 20,000 people have entered in the premises. The entire palace was full of visitors only. So in these monuments, we have to restrict that. We have to introduce the capping also.
But at the same time, a word of caution here. We are talking about apples and oranges. Imagine a fire, a catastrophic fire versus footfall, daily footfall. What is more preferable?
We have to, both the things we have very judicious to control it.
Good questions to think about. So maybe you can have your.
Can anyone?
No, he has the mic.
Oh, he has.
Thank you. Thank you. The top of 5 priorities in DRM and CM, our team have exercised understanding the risk, HBE, especially hazards, vulnerability, and exposure. So these, how we have to address. To understand the risk, we have to understand what is the nature of the cultural property, especially we can say if the museum, if the monument is there, what is the nature of the monument? We have to identify what is the especially cultural value, economic value, or architectural or artistic value. We have to understand the risk according to the subject specific. If the nature of monument is different and the geographical location is also very important in which area this monument is located. Next point is the preparedness and mitigation. This is the more important part which we have to consider, and we have to prepare well in advance. We should not wait for any hazard, so we have to just go for the case-specific basis. We have to prepare ourselves, or with the help of all the NDMA and other agencies, those are working on it. So, if you are there in museum, I'm talking Murshidabad Museum, we have the priceless objects, so we have to identify, and then we have to provide the separate kind of firefighting equipments or theft alarming equipments, like modern gadgets to be installed. And if the monument is wooden architecture or we have to more cautious regarding the fire hazard to avoid this kind of incident. So we have to early alarming centers or DM plan with the defined responsibilities. We have to prepare the matrix especially for the solution. So the entire thing to be prepared in the matrix form, and it should be displayed. And tabletop mock exercises we have to organize time to time with the available staff on duty, as well as the team which was working with us, so that micro level and macro level, both the things are to put together on table, and just regular periodic exercises required. And we have to identify the buffer zone, evacuation centers, and exit and entry. We have to just identify, and that display boards to be provided at the entry and all vantage point in their monuments. Even case of fire, how we have to, which area we have to go for evacuation. So the separate fund to be allocation, to address these kind of catastrophes, we have to, government, we should make a separate, like ASI, we don't have any separate funds in our budget to address this kind of preparedness. So we are just using like a firefighting equipment from the general budget. So we have to address this or separate budget to be allocated. And documentation of sites and assets, and categorically each and every monuments and sites, we have to display a list of important exhibits, and to educate our staff or the other staff, those are associated with this kind of risk management. third most important point is the mitigation, that is the structural regular assessment. For mitigate this kind of incidents, we have to structural regular assessment, maintenance and inspections. So there's like we are the custodians, we are regularly inspecting the monuments and see the stability factor. If it is very much earnestly required, we go for the restoration or attending their issues and retrofitting preparedness. So next one is account of the training and capacity building. So that these to address these issues, we have to identify the persons, agencies, and the person in your office who can very helpful, instrumental to address these situations. So like the first responder, how to identify the first responder, any incident took place, that he can inform to the first responder. Then the local administration is very instrumental for the firefighting department and other departments, and the community must be involved in this matter, because local community is the first stakeholder who's interacting with the structure or the heritage properties. So they are very instrumental. Dedicated training, especially in site museums and site specific, to be organized to educate the people and just give them proper training to address the issues, and frequency and periodic training. And that we have to that training only not once in a year. I think this would be the 6 monthly or twice or once in a year. So now the fourth point is response and recovery and restoration. This is quite an first we have to situation analysis. If any hazard took place, then we have to identify the situation, how it was, what is the situation on ground, and then go for the coordination with the first responder and a briefing about the inventory of goods. Because if the firefighting people and some NDRF people are coming, how they have to enter in the premises, so the first responder to explain each and everything to the team which are coming to rescue and help us. So that has to be very well versed with people, and even though junior staff would have educate sufficient to understand, and they can help to identify the situations. And the stability of situations. The third point is stability of situation. After briefing, we have to go for stabilization of situations. Then come to the recovery, damage and loss assessment. We have to go for recovery, damage and loss assessment, identification of especially the mancraft skilled team, which are helpful and instrumental, like a heritage conservator, heritage architects, or conservation architect. Those can helpful for the, like in case of museums, we have to look for the museum experts, like especially the if there's ivory goods or if there's a paper materials, so we have to invite them to handle the situation if it is how much damage took place. Ensure the traditional material procurement, because for restoration we have to identify the materials, because material is very crucial. Thinking how to, we cannot, because the last time by previous scholars have shown that some materials are mismatched materials were used in the conservation. So we have to identify the suitable material which is available and which was very homogeneous in nature, because that has to match with the original one. And inventory of technical expertise and conservators and heritage. Last but is not least, the sustainability factor. The local community which were affected from that has to be rehabilitated, and their survival, like especially sensitize, how to sensitize them, how to rehabilitate them, how to create the awareness among them. And we have to start some incentive kind of thing. Those are helpful or very instrumental to rescue from this kind of challenges during the hazard. So recognize them and publicize them and give the proper response to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you produced the whole guidelines here. So maybe you did work of every group. No, I'm just joking, but it was very, very detailed, and thank you very much. So we'll pass to the next group.
Thank you. My previous speaker has taken up all the points, but anyway, we'll try to make it a summarization. We have taken a shared responsibility. Each of our group member will speak out a very specific point. Firstly, what we have decided, like very first, identifications, categorization of the documentation of the cultural heritage sites. So we want every site has to be identified. it should be documented in terms of the new age technology, whether it's an artificial intelligence or whatever in the form of GIS and all, we want to document it. So it's a mandatory part of thing, although we don't have any policy level framework, we are also looking at the policy perspective, both at the national level and down to the state disaster management authority has to take up. I'm not from the technical part of the entire session, but I also look after the international collaborations part of the all bilateral and multilateral organizations. With the guidance of Rizvi sir, I just also like to put an important point. Like Italy, sir, we do have a bilateral agreement between Government of India and the Government of Italy. In fact, cultural heritage is one of the component, the areas of collaborations we're looking at, technical expertise from the Italy. Probably this is the good start point. Looking at the ICCROM, you have a very specific subject knowledge on the particular relevant to this topic. So we're looking at forward, as a step towards having that bilateral agreement we do have in terms of, tripartite agreement, both ICCROM, ASI, or maybe NDMA. We can plan for a very specific, taking 3,000 odd selected site. Beyond that, we can have a concrete roadmap. That's what we're looking at, a convergence, coordination, and networking. Although the Ministry of Culture is one of the key important department at this national level, but Ministry of Tourism, I don't see any of the representation. Probably we have missed out. And definitely when you look at the cultural heritage side, it's also dependent on the livelihood part in terms of the promotion of tourism. So how to make it sustainable, beyond the normal flow of tourists, and we need to have a concrete roadmap at a national perspective. That's what my thought process. Maybe we look forward for future guidance on that particular point. Now this structural health assessment of all these cases. My colleague is an expert in earthquake domain, so I request him to put very important part on the R&D part of the CSS. So I request him to carry forward the next point.
Thank you. So 2 points I want to make here. The next point that we have in line are structural health assessment and retrofitting. So it is very important to understand which part of the monument is required to be retrofitted. So structural health assessment is very important in order to understand if we understand that this part required assessment, since these are very old buildings. So in terms of which material is being used there, what is the load pattern that is going to be transferred, understanding the structural elements. So that requires R&D in order to develop retrofitting materials and techniques for these kind of monuments. Current retrofitting materials and techniques may not be compatible with these. Quickly, these are the 2 points that I want to make, structural health assessment and developing suitable, compatible retrofitting materials.
That's a very good point. So let's give you have more to add? Please.
Yeah. Please. Just to add to the initial point that was presented about carrying capacities and hazard, risk, and vulnerability, tourists and visitors are the most exposed and they are the most vulnerable to any tourist site. I'll take the example of the Kedarnath Glof that happened. The maximum number of casualties were of tourists. Nobody thinks about capacitating the tourists or telling them what to do in case of a disaster. So maybe we should call the Ministry of Tourism for the next one, and they should be involved as part of this discussion to actually have a holistic plan for CHS disaster response.
Thank you very much. A very important point. We will make note of all these points. So please keep the paper on which you have written. So we'll collect it. Thank you very much. And now for young group crowd, you have to make very, very quick summary. Not more than 3 minutes. Okay? Okay, please.
Yeah, hello. Good evening, everyone. Thanks to all delegates. And myself, Preeti, and we are coming here from Yuva Manthan team. Okay? And हम लोग ने भी अपने कुछ points यहाँ पे लिखे थे, discuss किए थे, but मैंने औरों के भी सुने, तो हमारे almost जो points थे यहाँ पे already discuss हो चुके हैं. तो no issue, मैं बस अपने इसमें कुछ another points है जो add करना चाहूँगी. As we are talking about here, how can we save our monuments? How can we save our environment? But firstly, I mean to say that if we are talking about how can we save our monuments, तो first of all हमें ये इसमें देखना चाहिए कि हम सेव करने की तो बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वो प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कहाँ से हो रही है जहाँ से हमें उन्हें सेव करने की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमें हमारी चीज़ों को एवरी डे जो हमारी डे टू डे की लाइफ है इसमें ही चेंज करना चाहिए. एज वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द ताजमहल, तो उसके जो भी हमारे संगमरमर से वो जैसा कि वो बना है, तो वो पहले जब वो आई डोंट नो, मैं बहुत छोटी थी उस टाइम पे, बट मेरे मदर मेरे फादर कहते हैं कि वो बहुत सुंदर हुआ करता था, एकदम वाइट हुआ करता था. और आज के डेट में हम उसे देखने जाते तो वो एकदम येलो सा हो चुका है बिकॉज ऑफ आवर एनवायरमेंट. हमारी जो ओजोन है, हमारे जो एनवायरनमेंट में पॉल्यूशन है, उसके वजह से. तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल हमें हमारी डे टू डे लाइफ में इन्हें चेंजेस करने चाहिए. हम यहाँ पे बातें करते हैं लाइक बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीज़ों की, और उनके लिए हमें बहुत फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल बहुत बड़े प्लानिंग की चीज़ें होती है. अगर हम उनको डे टू डे लाइफ में ही चेंज करते हैं, जहाँ पे हम चीज़ों को या अपने नेबर को, अपने सिस्टर्स को, अपने ब्रदर्स को, अपनी फैमिली को ही अवेयर कर सकते हैं चीज़ों के लिए कि जहाँ पे चीज़ों की ज़रूरत है वहाँ पे यूज़ करो, जहाँ पे नहीं है वहाँ पे मत करो. तो जाहिर सी बात है स्टार्टिंग हमें खुद से करनी होगी, तब हम अपनी चीज़ों को औरों तक पहुँचा पाएंगे.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला. थैंक यू. आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी वैलिड पॉइंट. वी हैव टू स्टार्ट फ्रॉम आवरसेल्व्स. वन ऑफ द डेलीगेट ग्रुप हैज बीन लेफ्ट आउट, सो आई क्विकली रिक्वेस्ट यू टू समराइज योर आउटपुट्स
प्लीज. So actually, accidentally, all of us are from hill state of Uttarakhand. So what we did was we have taken a context of hills, okay, which we know, at least all of us. So we are presenting our understanding of hills. So basically, I will talk in the terms of a kind of poetic things, which I have written long time back. So I played in a golden sun, shivering in a frozen snow, seeing peaks and melting glaciers around me, playing with flowing noisy streams around my village, sleeping with glittering skies looking at me. Our village has a chakki mill, which normally we call garat, okay, that ran on water streams. Chakki mills on hills is a local till that tills until the water is still. So today, 60,000 garats are abandoned in Uttarakhand, okay, which were running on simply a water stream. So today we can see a lot of culinary practices have disappeared. 2,500 meters height, you can see reptiles. You can see 4 months snow have become only 10 months snow cover. So all these things have happened. So one dark night, a thirsty cloud burst, cursing all of us, our fields and our homes, left nothing more, pouring more and more, nothing more, nothing more. So our vulnerability is not a monument, it's not we don't have scale of Taj Mahal. We have very small, tiny things around. We have very intangible traditions, people living there, transhumance routes, we have pilgrimage routes, we have nice Bhagirathi river, flora, fauna, all these aspects. So after all these damages, a politician came and said, let's move from here. An engineer came with a tie and let's take this stream there. Another colored tie came and said, let's expand the highway. Tie and ties came together, but never tied together, for promoting better and safe environments. So many of us in this room are engineers, structural engineers. We are all worked on many other things, different scales. She works on building strength, I work on vernacular settlement. So we are all talking about those things. In this process, today, highways expanded in the hills, cutting rocks and trees, broken nest, with happening test all around. Birds flew away with a fear, leaving tears in their eyes. Birds without knowing where to rest and make their nest again. Streams disappear, chakki mills have perished, local economies have diminished. Villages started moving down with an expectation to flourish, leaving their forest, land and air. While leaving, he turned back to the hill peaks and said, we were born here and grown up with you. We are not sure where we will die. You are so high that no single tie had understood you. Let these ties come together and try together to understand better and build back better. I hope and wish you all, you will never die and never let us die. So basically, there are 5 keywords: understand and document the risks, inform the risk, the two-way process to the future, so that we can, information is an aspect. Then the train, which is a keyword, awareness, bringing awareness, I think all of you have talked about this. And then sensitive, building the sensitive tourist infrastructure, sensitive villages, which are local, so that it can enhance the local characters. So that is how you develop the buffer zones and how we can integrate the DMPs. So that's all our keywords. Thank you.
Very much. That was a very poetic way to end this discussion and very valid points made. I think we need to really focus on vulnerability factors because that's the way we will be able to reduce risk. So thank you to everyone. Sorry, we are not coming to those groups there, but we have collected your points and we'll incorporate them. But thank you very much for your discussion and inputs. So with this, let's give a big hand to everyone and we close this group work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rohit and Ms. Aparna, for this activity. I suppose all the participants had a good time in doing this and they felt quite good about it during the workshop. Now, as we approach to the conclusion of our workshop, it's time to reflect on the key outcomes and takeaways. To present an overview of the session and highlight the main points, I am pleased to invite Ms. Mrinalini Srivastav, Director, NDMA. She will summarize the essential insights and recommendations that have emerged from our discussions today. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to request the panel who are invited to the dais. It's my honor to invite the distinguished dignitaries, Sri Safi Hassan Rizvi, Advisor NDMA, to the dais, Ms. Aparna Tandon from ICCROM, and Dr. Rohit Jigyasu to the dais, Gurmeet Rai, CRCI, Sri Lakshmi Thota from ASI. Kindly take your seat on the dais, please. Sir, no, sir, I'm just making the report. We can give a round of applause for this gender balance in the valedictory address. With the permission of the chair. Sir, before I even start this consolidated takeaways from today's session, I would like to thank each one that, this is a huge number of turnout which has stayed until the end of the day. And this group activity summary would be in addition to the takeaways from the 4 sessions. So I'll quickly take you through the 4 sessions and what we could list out as a major takeaway. For the information of the experts and our dignitaries today, there'll be a publication which will come out of today's entire day's deliberation. And we hope that through the year, a calendar would be prepared of activities on this particular subject with the support of all those who are the various agencies dealing with this critical subject. Having said that, the 4 sessions were structured around the disaster management cycle, where we discussed about understanding the risk, preparedness, response, and recovery. In the session 1, which was understanding risks to cultural heritage sites, there were 2-3 important points which came up.
India's diverse cultural heritage sites face unique disaster risk, especially in hazard-prone regions like high seismic zones. So we need to preserve traditional practices and engage communities, and their engagement is essential for effective disaster risk management. It's important to highlight that throughout the day we heard that integration with community seems to be really critical. Tools like the Insight app can help assess risks and interdependencies between heritage sites and surrounding communities. Madam, we do look forward that, we can have some sort of a pilot testing of Insight. Maybe, we can discuss this more later at the NDMA level. Session 2 was on disaster preparedness, creating comprehensive disaster management plans. We discussed the national policy for conservation and the archaeological survey provided a unified framework and discussion around it. We also heard developing site-specific disaster risk management plans, which would contextualize understanding, risk assessments, and integration with local stakeholders. An important aspect which came out from the discussion was that scenario-based disaster management plans are desirable. ASI's effort to manage thousands of sites highlight the need for sustainable resource allocation and interagency collaboration for holistic conservation. We also heard words like inventory management and importance of documentation. In session 3, we discussed about the emergency response protocols, where the safety and security dimension of the cultural heritage sites was given. Risk-based approaches was discussed by our experts, and how to act having the limited resources through an interconnected approach. In session 4, we went through the damages and loss assessment in culture sector. Mixed method of quantitative and qualitative key information points was advised for cultural heritage sites. Interconnectedness for livelihood with cultural heritage, and use of IT applications for rapid on-site assessments for recovery, and alongside the pre-event assessment. So the pre-event assessment was a precursor to a rapid on-site assessment. And we also hope to undertake a training with ICCROM for capacity building and cost assessment and training on these applications. I'll quickly give you a summary from the 6 groups. The group 1 talked, which was right the first in this first lane, assessing carrying capacity and incorporating traditional knowledge. The second group talked about documentation and monitoring and sensitization and capacity building. Yet another group talked about site-specific interventions and mitigations through retrofitting. Group number 4 talked about policy-level frameworks and bilateral expertise, particularly with Italy. And group number 5 talked about policy interventions for long-term impact. The young lady who spoke so passionately about, changing our own lifestyle and how we conduct ourselves remains a reminder not just for heritage cultural site, but our everyday living. So I do hope that we leave the planet better. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we just have to do a final discussion and then say bye-bye, no? Okay. Is there anything else planned? Yes. So you don't want long speeches from us? Acha, if I have, is anybody in a rush? We can wind up with one last sentence. And I was feeling very bad for those 2 tables at the back. So can we ask them to say, select one of their representatives and say what they want to? So you just get ready, get a mic for yourself. We'll go through our comments here and then we'll come to you for a 2-minute point on whatever you wanted to say, okay? Okay, so now we are on the end of it, and we thank our NDMA team for having organized this along with UNESCO and with UN. What's the full form of your organization? ICCROM. What is the ROM is for Rome?
There is a long history to it. We will not go to that. Just say.
All of our things should be known as IND something then. Anyway, but interesting. So it was very good participation from ICCROM, UNESCO and NDMA, and Shalini who organized everything, Mridu who was the MC, and Mrinalini who's the boss lady in NDMA. So it was all very well done with a lot of happy participation from everyone. So, and I somehow felt that the energy and the general happiness in the room grew with each passing session. And the culmination session of going from table to table added a lot of fun to the exercise. And it was interesting that everybody put down their heads together and actually brought in fairly decent points. So I will request on Lakshmi ma'am to say some parting words and whatever she's taking away from this, and if she has any advice for us at NDMA.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank NDMA, ICCROM, UNESCO, and other whosoever came here and participating in this discussion. It is a very good move and very good interaction. Otherwise, we were working in silos, so I think this is one opportunity where we can interact with each other and learn something from each other. So last word, I just wanted to say that we will conduct one pilot project with the approval of our Director General in one of the monuments in Western Zone where I am working with all these points prioritized in the last session. So we would like to prepare a pilot project. Then we will submit that one as a model, and we can just have it for other monuments as well. Thank you. Over to Aparna madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I was just thinking that this has been a wonderful day, and thank you to NDMA and its team for having led by example. And it's these kind of interactions that we are aiming to promote more, and I hope the culture sector responds more. And I do not think the story finishes here. I think this workshop will live on in the memory of everyone, collective memory of all of us who are here, and probably there'll be other seeds, other lights that have been lit, flames that have been lit, and I would just like to say that at an international level also we need to set such good examples, and in the future we hope to continue working with NDMA closely in promoting this cross-sectorial coordination and cooperation, and we hope that we can bring these examples also to other countries where we are working, and we can rest on NDA's expertise in this area. So thank you.
So I will now request Gurmeet ma'am to give us some advice, and then we'll go to Dr.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank UNESCO, ICCROM, and NDMA for inviting me here, because I don't belong to the government sector or to any international organization. I represent, I would say, a very critical mass, which is of professional practitioners in the cultural heritage sector. So I'm a conservation architect, I'm a member of ICOMOS, now that we're talking about all the ICs, so that's International Council on Monuments and Sites. It's been a wonderful day. It's been wonderful to actually hear all the presentations and the learnings on processes, technologies, the tools that have been developed by ICCROM, and to get to know people from NDMA, and to meet some of the colleagues from the Archaeological Survey of India, and I've had the opportunity to work with. What I found, what I'm taking away from here, I remember many, many years ago, Rohit talking about the values and risks being two sides of the same coin. And that stayed with me for the longest. I mean, continues to, that protecting attributes of value is actually mitigating impact of any risk. So that is something which has been foundational in my understanding of risk. And today when I heard about mapping resilience and vulnerability, I found that another very, very interesting area to take away. That if the duality, that if we understand vulnerability and values have vulnerability. And with that beautiful poem that you shared, and basically all risk mitigation or management is actually responding to vulnerability of things we treasure. So that was lovely. The two groups, I mean, my colleagues from the two institutions, School of Planning and Architecture in Delhi, from the Conservation Department, and Professor Anuradha Chaturvedi, she's not here right now, she's left, and Professor Jigna Desai, representing Sept University in Ahmedabad. What I would like to suggest, a couple of things here. One, of course, is that training in risk preparedness, resilience management at the colleges of architecture, and more specifically in conservation programs, would be very, very useful. And the partner here who I'm missing is actually the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Because through my 3 decades of practice in cultural heritage sector, we began working with ASI, we then started collaborating with Ministry of Tourism, because that's where heritage conservation moved with so much more resources. And more recently, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has been involved in looking at heritage, especially in historic cities. So that is something, I mean, they would be useful partners on this platform in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just would like to say a few points. First is that I think, as Aparna said, NDMA is really showing an exemplary way how disaster management sector can lead the work on cultural heritage, because many times cultural heritage sector keeps on crying for this and nobody listens to them, and I know that in many situations, but here you have the disaster sector, management sector through NDMA who has taken the lead. And I really want to compliment NDMA. This thing started long time back. In fact, when Kamal Kishore was the member who is now heading UNDRR, who was really championing the preparation of these guidelines that we talked about today. We did some workshops in several museums and sites to start to really develop these guidelines. So it's really a way forward. And as has been mentioned earlier, I really hope this is not just a one-end thing, but it's really a stepping stone for something to be bigger to be done in the future, because there's a lot to be done, and events can give a lot of energy and enthusiasm to come together and develop things. So I hope the trainings are not enough, but we should also develop, as mentioned earlier, some projects which can show how these can be applied in practice, because you need to show some practical examples. As also Aparna mentioned, ICCROM has wide experience internationally through development of tools, through several methodologies that we have been working on, and we are very, very happy to come and share these, build capacity through the collaboration led by NDMA and other institutions, and really make sure that this area is further developed, not only at a theoretical level, but at a more practical level. I think that's the key about disaster risk management. And the last thing that I would like to say is that I emphasize again and again that it is very important for us that heritage sector also starts to come together and take some proactive measures to be able to make sure that within cultural sites, some examples of disaster plans can be initiated. So it should not come only from the disaster side. I think heritage sector also has to be really coming together and taking a lead. So I hope this can also enthuse the ASI and other heritage, cultural heritage sectors to, or institutions to really make enthusiastic steps forward. So with that, thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rohit. So just before we go to that little union that has formed at the back, it looks like they're going to conduct a stampede or something. So I would just like to say that one little thing that we must always note is all those heritage sites that have not been damaged with a lot of hazards that have come their way, they still have stood the test of time. So that foundation, that kind of foundation pillar that they were made on is something that the earthquake experts always study. And at NDMA, we also have such a foundation pillar by the name of a deputy secretary called Rakhi Sadhu. So she is the foundation of this unit in NDMA, and she's sitting right here. Of all the work that is done, all the file work, all the movement upwards and downwards is handled by this foundation pillar. So I thought I must mention you. Now we will go, and we can clap for her. And she has never been found to be doing anything except smiling and working. As now we'll go to the union. So yes, please, you can make your points, and I hope it will not be a 1-hour speech, but please keep it controlled. Yes, इनको माइक दिया आपने? ऐसे ही? अरे माइक दे दो, शीशे माइक दे दो.
Yeah, so we are a team, we are Yuva Manthan, and we are the largest developing platform in India. And as from all my teammates, I just want to say we all want it to be a part of our curriculum, all the points that has been discussed here. And it will take a scale when it will come to us as a youth. So that is our request, sir.
That's a fantastic point. So when we make a little overview of this workshop, will we be making an overview? So that overview we must send to these kids, and then they should just spread it across on WhatsApp or whatever they're connected on, and it'll become a part of your curriculum. From there you can take it forward. But thank you so much for your participation, your enthusiasm, your energy, and all the points that you've made. And given that your collective age is less than my single age, so all the best to you. Aparna ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. That was very inspiring. And in fact, I would like to offer that I would like to make an insight with all of you. We have done this in Florence, where Florence is a World Heritage City in Italy, where we gathered with the mayor of Florence, high school students, and what came out was surprising. None of the children remembered the Florence flood, but they all pointed to drought as the biggest problem. They did not, in Florence we have the Duomo, the very big church. They did not point to Duomo as the most important heritage. They pointed to Ponte. Ponte is the bridges as the most important heritage, and the railway station. And they also pointed to bad behavior with Chinese immigrants and pollution in the city and over-tourism as some of the things that they would like to counter. So the mayor was really moved, and they would like to now, do the same thing with the villages, because it's really bringing out some of the problems that the administration is not able to cite so well. And it's just giving the, from the bottom up approach towards development. So I think you have the eye, and you are experiencing, and we should learn from you. So, yeah.
Okay, so please meet ma'am after she is leaving from here and organize all this interaction. So thank you so much. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you for the entire participation, and we shall meet again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So we would like to request you a photograph together. Yes, I would like all the participants of the workshop to come over. Yuva Manthan, yes, you also join, please.
बोलना नहीं है फोटो